Good morning, everyone. I just want to let you know we're going to wait for a few more minutes because people are having some difficulty getting in due to the storm last night. So we'll wait for a few more minutes and then we'll start. I think we have enough time built into the program, and we'll talk quickly. So just go ahead and have your coffee and we will start soon. Yeah.
Did you just get here?
Yes.
I know you. Is it, what time is it?
It's 8:42. We're good. We're fine. Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to thank the speakers from yesterday. They managed to talk about so many different aspects of Lynn, and yet there was such a strong, similar through line to what everyone said that really shone through. So thank you so much for really showing Lynn for who she was. Today, we're going to dive into data talks, mostly, and I think this is something that Lynn would have been quite happy about. We have a number of colleagues and former students of Lynn's who are talking about their new work, really, and but sort of infused or partly inspired by their collegiality or mentorship with Lynn. And the way this is going to work today is we have sort of two bookend talks. So the first one, Sonia Sturba and I are going to do, where we're going to talk about some of the aspects of Lynn's work that we think are particularly innovative. As you can imagine, this could have taken the whole day. The other bookend is that Daniel Espinas is going to talk about Lynn's newest work. So we're going to have Lynn's work represented as well. And so without further ado, we will get started. We're going to have a lunch break at 11:30. The lunch will be out and served out in the hallway and then bring it back. And then we'll have we're hoping to have our last two sessions after lunch, about a 45-minute lunch. Okay. All right. Well, as I said, this is very difficult to do in 30 minutes or less. And when Sonia and I first started to design this talk, our list was 6 or 7. No, sorry, 6 or 7 more. Our list was 12 to 13 items. And then we thought, let's not be crazy here. We just have to distill it down to a few things that we sort of cherry-picked about Lynn's legacy. And we decided to focus on the amazing use that Lynn put RCTs to. Oh, I ended with a preposition there, sorry guys. So she used RCTs and she designed them elegantly to inform educational policy and practice. Now, everybody says that, right? Work is designed to influence education policy and practice. But we're going to show you a few examples of how she just did this in a way that was always focused on serving children. So a real education and policy practice implications. We're going to talk a little bit about how she addressed the vexing issues of comorbidity and transfer, how she manipulated learning-related variables from cognitive and developmental theories of mathematical learning, and then with those findings feeding back into theory, how she answered why treatments work, so causal questions, not just what questions, and then identifying for whom treatments work. And then we're going to conclude with a few of our personal reflections about Lynn as our collaborator. So, in terms of informing educational policy and practice, Lynn paid attention to achievement gaps. So she was not just content to say, oh, how big is my effect size for this particular treatment compared to similar children receiving the same treatment, not receiving that treatment. No, she wanted to design RCTs to close achievement gaps with children who were not at risk. That was her jam. And that's how she designed her RCTs, is to do that. I'm going to talk about one of these studies. There are several where she took advantage of a multi-cohort RCT embedded in a changing policy environment, and that was the Common Core State Standards for the Teaching of Mathematics. I want to point out that this work requires the inclusion in your study of children with and without disabilities. Most of us find it difficult to power studies just with kids with or at risk for disabilities. But Lynn often built the testing of typically developing students into her studies. And it allowed her to answer lots of interesting questions about closing achievement gaps. So here is an example from 2013. This is a fractions intervention study. And let me orient you to this graph. So what you see here in the black bars are children who received what Lynn called inclusive fractions instruction. So they got their fractions instruction in the classroom, and these are kids at risk for math disabilities. The white bars are kids who received the intervention, the specialized fractions intervention designed by Lynn and her colleagues. What you see on the y-axis are effect size differences between these children with disabilities and children not at risk. And what I want you to focus on are the calculation scores and the NAEP scores. The calculation scores being a more near transfer task or a more proximal task to what was taught about how to calculate using fractions, and then the NAEP scores, of course, are more far transfer task. And cohort 1, so that's on this far side here, or my closest side, represents the year before CCSS came into being. And what you see is that the children who were receiving the specialized, kids at risk receiving the specialized fractions intervention, were actually outperforming the children, the not-at-risk children, receiving fractions instruction in their classrooms. And so Lynn would say that she sort of reverse engineered the achievement gap in a way, right? You see a less strong influence on the NAEP scores, but again, compared to those black bars, she is closing achievement gaps there. In year 2, CCSS comes into being, and what you can see is a somewhat different pattern, such that for calculations, there's still no achievement, now there's no achievement gap with the not at risk children. The kids with disabilities receiving more intensive and higher quality fractions instruction in their regular classrooms are not doing very well. And then the second year of CCSS, you see even larger dips in terms of how the kids with disabilities are doing. The kids who are receiving the specialized intervention are still outperforming the kids who are not. But the picture has changed over time. So in Lynn's own words, stronger learning and markedly smaller post-intervention achievement gaps for specialized fractions intervention arose than for inclusive fractions instruction. Now, this is because something happened to the control group, right? It's not really that, it's that the treatment effects are changing because what's happening over time in the control group is changing. And that was the beauty of some of her work, is that she could pick up things like that. So the achievement gaps grew over the years in both conditions as that Common Core state standards increased the depth and challenge of the fraction curriculum, producing stronger learning in not at-risk classmates. I have to tell you that Lynn's focus in this paper, and you get a sense of it when you read it, is that her focus was not on year 1. Her focus in that paper was on year 3. And so really that paper ends with a call to not rest on our laurels, but to try to design ever better interventions for kids with disabilities to really close achievement gaps. I call comorbidity and transfer vexing issues. They really have implications for our study designs and for our interventions, for how we think about how generalizable our interventions are. And Lynn really was an early adopter of experimental manipulation to try to teach for transfer, both within academic domains, word problem solving to calculation, as well as between academic domains, reading and mathematics. She always anchored any intervention that she was planning to deal with comorbidity on work from longitudinal findings and theoretical work from the developmental and cognitive sciences, looking at the relationships of reading, math, and domain general cognitive skills such as working memory. And Dave Geary is here, one of the authors on this kind of work. So I think the best way to characterize Lynn's work in this area is that she was a realist. So she recognized that although we might like to study kids just with reading disabilities or just with math disabilities, that the actual landscape of disabilities is high in comorbidity. And so she had to design for what was there in about 40% of kids. So that's always, again, in her mind. How can I improve outcomes for kids? So I would say that she treated comorbidity as a feature as opposed to a bug in terms of her intervention studies. And she wasn't afraid. I mean, I don't think Lynn was just not afraid in all of her scientific work, right? But she was really not afraid to work in this messy space, interlapping space of comorbidity, recently testing interventions designed to promote transfer between reading and math, recognizing that kids don't have all the time in the world, and teachers don't have all the time in the world to treat these comorbid conditions, to do reading and math and whatever else. And Paul Serino is going to talk about some comorbidity work, and Daniel Espinas is going to talk about Lynn's most recent work on an intervention that essentially chases that last point. Okay. Like I said, Lynn was not afraid in her science. She was not afraid of multi-armed RCTs. I came to this country to learn how to do RCTs. And when I did my first RCT, the person who I was talking to said, I want to do these 3 conditions. And they said, don't do that. That's not a good idea. I did it anyways, and I have a lot of gray hair because of it. But Lynn has done multi-armed RCTs forever. She could probably do them in her sleep, and that's one of the things that she and I bonded over, is our love for multi-armed RCTs. So she used them effectively to manipulate aspects of instructional design to try to increase the effectiveness of interventions and the durability of learning in children with disabilities. And also, she was able to test possible causal links in some of these designs between developing cognitive skills like working memory and academic skills like math. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a paper that was published by Lynn and Amelia Malone, who's here. And it is a fractions instruction intervention again, and it used interleaved instruction. Interleaved instruction or interleaved practice is a concept from the cognitive sciences that essentially has shown in several studies with typically developing adolescents and adults and some children as well, that interleaving of instruction in something like arithmetic operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, that interleaving during learning, so learning addition, subtraction, multiplication, division together, produces it doesn't produce as good effects in the short term, so at immediate post-test, as blocked learning. First I learn addition to some kind of mastery, and then subtraction. I kind of look at the similarities between those, and then I do multiplication and division. So that masked or blocked learning leads to better short-term outcomes, but less durable long-term outcomes. So you might say, well, what's the big deal then if, we sort of know this from the cognitive science literature? Why wouldn't we just do this? Well, I would argue that interleaving could be considered to be contraindicated in kids with disabilities. Why do I say that? It's because in initial learning, interleaving results in initial errors, which we sort of think we don't want errors in math, confusion during learning, and slower learning, and the feelings of slower, like subjective feelings of slower learning in the short term. So think about kids with a history of school failure and all the associated social, emotional, and motivational issues that come along with that. And so there's a good reason we try to build early success into our interventions. In fact, most math textbooks and interventions employ blocked instruction, despite what the cognitive literature says. Okay, so the study I'm going to talk about is something that I wanted to use as an illustration of Lynn's ability to take risks, but they were always smart risks. So she just didn't go out and say, oh, I'm going to take my $1 million or my $3 million from this grant, and I'm just going to put in, interleave versus block practice. No. She had already tested the efficacy of the fractions intervention using the typical blocked methods and found really good effect sizes using that method. So then in her next study, she had a multi-armed design, and she compared blocked versus interleaved instruction in 2 of the intervention arms. And then what she found is, compared to business as usual controls, both groups did much better with the specialized intervention than business as usual controls. The interesting thing here is to compare the blocked and interleaved conditions. And what she found is sort of a small, non-significant effect favoring interleaving at immediate post-test, and a larger, significant effect favoring interleaving 1 year post-test, which pretty much follows what you find in the cognitive literature with typically developing individuals. So Lynn showed us that while learning might have felt more difficult than using interleaved instruction, it was more advantageous for learning than typical blocked instruction. And she showed this for kids with math difficulties. Doing so, she replicated findings from studies of typically developing individuals in terms of the durability or the promise for durability of effects for students with math difficulties. And this over a one-year follow-up. Again, I think a one-year follow-up says to me that she is interested in understanding whether or not these interventions don't just work 3 weeks after the intervention is concluded, but whether her interventions have set kids up for success with a foundation that then they can then use that in their next year of math instruction to keep learning. And so she really put her interventions to the test. I think the lesson for us in the learning disabilities community is whether or not we can use findings like this from a fractions intervention study to think about informing the design of interventions across other academic domains within mathematics, as well as within other areas of areas such as reading. It's not that people don't build in interlead practice into their interventions. I think the beauty and the elegance of what Lynn did was she manipulated it. She didn't assume, she manipulated it. Okay, let's look at another example. This is a study where Lynn is considering the relationship between working memory and math word problem solving. And she was always looking for new ways, thinking of new ways to improve achievement gaps. And so she asked, she was an open-minded thinker, right? Excuse me, sorry. So we have meta-analyses that show, correlational meta-analyses showing that there is an association of working memory with most aspects of mathematics. But then there's these other meta-analyses that show a lack of what we would call far transfer of working memory intervention to math outcomes. And so when you see those sorts of things, you start in combination, you start to think, maybe that connection between working memory and math is not really causal. So that would say it's not a good basis. We shouldn't be doing working memory training to improve mathematics. And I would argue that based on Lynn's findings. I'm just going to talk about what her approach was here. So she looked, and Don Compton mentioned this yesterday about Lynn saying, well, someone has to produce the effect sizes to go into meta-analyses, right? And Lynn looked at all of the studies in these meta-analyses, and she noticed some interesting patterns. What she noticed is that almost all of the studies were with children who did not need intervention for working memory or for math. Furthermore, none compared working memory intervention to math intervention for outcomes on working memory or math. So there isn't that meta-analysis as far as we know. And most of the studies looked at far transfer to calculation outcomes and not to math outcomes that hypothetically might be more strongly related to working memory, i.e. math word problems. So Lynn's innovations here in this study, again, it's a multi-armed RCT, was to compare the effects of a working memory intervention of math problem-solving intervention on both working memory and mathematics outcomes. Furthermore, in mathematics on both calculations and word problem-solving outcomes in children with math difficulties. And this allowed her, the way she designed her RCT allowed her to test two equally plausible but not typically considered hypotheses about skill development. Oftentimes, I think we have a bias to say something like, working memory, the direction of the effect, if there is a causal one, works from working memory to math. But it could be the other way around too, of course, or bidirectional. So this allowed her to ask, does an intervention that improves working memory lead to improvements in mathematics in children with math difficulties? Does an intervention that improves math word problems lead to improvements in working memory for children with math difficulties? Measuring both mathematics and working memory, not just at pretest, but at pretest and post-test, and including a delayed post-test of mathematics outcomes to test hypothetical causal mechanisms. And here I'm going to turn it over to Sonia.
Good morning. Can you hear me? So my name is Sonia. I'm also a faculty member at Peabody and fortunate to be one of Lynn's collaborators for a number of years. And I want to talk to you first about Lynn's commitment and passion for understanding why her treatments work and unpacking the mechanisms through which her treatments work, often with mediation analyses. So, for instance, before she was designing her current, which is actually ongoing study to investigate how treatment effects may be mediated via bidirectional relations between working memory and math, Lynn would carefully pin down, well, what is the accurate longitudinal model for the nature of bidirectional relationships between math and working memory over time? So prior research had actually provided inconsistent theoretical representation that was lacking in justification for the nature of these bidirectional relationships between working memory and math. Prior papers had conceptualized these bidirectional relationships between working memory and math in one of three ways. So they either conceptualized that the level of one construct at time t was predicting the level of the other construct at time t plus 1, or they were conceptualizing that the level of one construct at time t was predicting change in the other construct from times t to t plus 1, or they were conceptualizing that change in one construct from times t to t plus 1 is predicting change in the other construct from times t plus 1 to t plus 2. But within a single study, prior research had not justified which of the chosen models are they actually fitting vis-a-vis each of the others, and not had empirically compared each of those competing theoretical representations within a single study. So therefore, using Lynn's 2022 sample, we empirically compared these levels and found that for both working memory and for math, the bidirectional relationships took the form of level predicting level. So then we took that information and specified a level predicting level mediation model in Lynn's current grant. So what you're seeing over here is repeated measures on working memory here, and you're seeing repeated measures on math here. This is pretest. These 3 time points are during the course of this intervention study, and these time points are the delayed post-test. It's after the study intervention concludes. These are treatment contrasts here. So in the study that Lynn designed, treatment is allowed to have direct effects on working memory and math outcomes during the course of treatment. But Lynn also planned the grant to test whether treatments had effect on these delayed post-test outcomes that were partly mediated through the intermediary scores on the other outcome at earlier time points. So, for instance, the total indirect effect of treatment here on, let's say, math through working memory is what Lynn wanted to test, and that's a sum of 10 of these specific indirect effects, which one was shown here in red, if you can see it, and I'm just highlighting the other of them here that go into computing that total indirect effect that Lynn's after. Another thing I want to talk about is how much Lynn was dedicated to understanding how we can conceptualize for whom treatments work. So So wanting to personalize math interventions to best accommodate individual learners. So, for instance, in an in-prep paper, Lynn illustrated how children's baseline working memory, which is over here, moderates the effect of a math intervention, which is on the x-axis, on working memory outcomes, which are on the y-axis here. And in her study, effects of math intervention were significant on working memory for students whose baseline working memory score were at the 44th percentile of a general student body population or below. Other avenues through which Lynn pursued these questions of for whom treatment works the best involved her, together with Doug, even commissioning a special issue of Exceptional Children entitled On the Importance of Moderator Analysis in Intervention Research. It was developed in order to showcase applications and also new methods for investigating what are often called aptitude by treatment interactions, ATI. So classic literature on aptitude by treatment interactions assumes that this treatment effect is a linear function of aptitude. But we explained in this special issue that this function relating aptitude on the x-axis to achievement on the y-axis has floor effects here and ceiling effects here. Those educational intervention effects may all actually change non-linearly as a function of aptitude. So what you're seeing here is the biggest treatment effect here is for children who have middle ability in this plot. So treatment is moderating the parameters of this nonlinear curve. I want to conclude with some of my personal reflections and gratitude on Lynn as a collaborator. I was privileged to work with her on a number of projects over 10 years, and I've always said to my colleagues that Lynn was a dream collaborator for a methodologist. She had very precise theory that gave rise to specific hypotheses that could be mapped onto statistical models to test those hypotheses. She thought things through upfront and appreciated inclusion of diagrams as well as mathematical expressions for models and hypotheses tested, so those could be unambiguous for reviewers and readers. She appreciated and exchanged detailed written explanations of pros and cons of different methodological choices, and she would thoughtfully weigh these in light of her overall arching study objectives. She planned ahead well in advance, such that she provided time to carefully reason through her decision-making and optimize framing. And she maintained consistent core study objectives from the design phase all the way through the data analysis phase. Lynn knew how to convey to others what was important and impactful. Just want to give you a recent anecdote. After receiving reviews of our final paper, she wrote to our co-authors, I think the AE's request would undermine the focus of the planned study. Our study goes from adequately powered to inadequately powered and would make this already long paper more complex and long, which I think is always bad. And then she diplomatically explained to the journal why she was withdrawing the paper, upon which point the editor reevaluated the decision, siding with Lynn. Lynn was just so impressive and so warm. I loved her style of nailing down all the details in writing. I miss her greatly. And when I see her name among my emails, I feel a pang, but I also feel this sense of gratefulness and appreciation for having been able to work with her for all these years. Thank you.
I'm just going to close out with one anecdote in terms of my memory of Lynn. She always got right to the heart of issues for children with learning disabilities in ways that I think, for me, blurred the distinctions between science and practice. So when we were planning interview questions for the head of the Roberts Academy and Dyslexia Center, she gently prompted us in an email in this very clear-headed way. She said, and channel her voice, how about adding these questions? Explain your vision for how the typical school day and school week would be organized in a school for children with dyslexia. What reading programs, math programs, spelling programs, and these were all separated, but I put them together, are you experienced in using or supervising? How do you view the relative strengths and weaknesses of these programs? What do you think the appropriate role is for supplemental intervention within a school for dyslexia, and how might that be best organized? So she used her precision, both in her work as well as in the application of her work. Lynn and Doug are the reason that I'm at Vanderbilt. She made my work better, as Paul was saying yesterday. She was a sage counselor to me. I miss her. She cheerleaded me all the time, and she was really fun to be around with that quiet but ferociously funny sense of humor. Thank you. Quick thing. So I think we have to pay tribute to Lynn's favorite color scheme. Okay. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts for Sonia? Paul? Where's Sonia? Oh, okay. Okay, let's move along. Thank you.
How do I change it?
Just have to get out of here. Right here.
I see. Lessons.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kristen McMaster from the University of Minnesota. Thank you so much, Marcia and Sonia, for that wonderful talk. I really, really enjoyed that. I'm not sure that I fully followed directions. I do have a research talk, but woven in with a bit of a personal story, a little bit of doctoral seminar. And so I'm not sure if Lynn would approve, but this is the only way I knew how to tell this story. So I'm really honored to share lessons that I learned from Lynn Fuchs as I and my colleagues extended data-based instruction to support children with early writing needs. We're hearing a lot about math today. I'm going to talk about writing, but I'm mostly going to talk about data-based instruction. So first, I do want to acknowledge the many people who contributed to this work. First and foremost, Erica Lemke, also Chris Schatzsnyder, who's here with us today. It's great to see you. And a whole host of researchers, project coordinators, doctoral students, schools, teachers, students in Minnesota and Missouri. And since Erica wasn't able to attend this event, I did reach out to her and say, do you want to share any lessons you learned from Lynn Fuchs that I should be sure to mention? And she said, for me, a lesson learned from Lynn was to always maintain the integrity of the work and be thoughtful and careful before proceeding. So I thought that was a great way to start this off. So like I said, I do need to share a little personal story just to give you the context and the sort of time span of Lynn's influence on my work. So my story starts in the late 90s when I was a graduate student here in the special education doctoral program. I was Doug's student, but I also had the privilege of taking classes from Lynn as she taught Doc Prosems 2 and 3, I think. And so this picture was taken by my husband at some point during that period. This is me working on an assignment. I'm not sure what it is, but from the look of mild terror on my face, I can only guess that it was a paper for Lynn's class and that Eric was hearing a common refrain that came out of my mouth those days, which is, how can I possibly turn in this paper to Lynn Fuchs? That continued to come out of my mouth for many years since then. And as Sharon was saying yesterday, it wasn't because Lynn was harsh or mean in any way. In fact, she was always kind, but she set such a high standard, and I really, really wanted to meet that standard, and that feeling has never really left me. Fast forward to May of 2025, and when I heard the news of Lynn's passing, of course, like everyone, I was heartbroken, and it took, I just wasn't quite sure how to process that news. But after a while, I did return to a paper I'd been working on that spring, and I was kind of scrolling through to find my place in that paper, and I came across this comment I had left myself that said, "Cite Fuchs treatment validity paper." And when I saw that comment, it just kind of stopped me. It hit me really hard. And it's not because it was an unusual comment. I often was citing the work, and I know I left it so that I'd check the paper and make sure I was accurately citing it. But it just made me realize how, 2 weeks ago I had almost thoughtlessly put it there, like as a matter of course. Of course, I'm going to cite the Fuchs treatment validity paper. But I had to sit there for a while and just absorb the influence that Lynn and also Doug have had across my whole career, and that this was just a routine thing that I would be citing their work. But that was so important, and I just felt this deep sense of gratitude, and it just meant a lot to me to see that comment. And of course, this is the paper that I was telling myself to cite, Treatment Validity, a Unifying Concept for Reconceptualizing the Identification of Learning Disabilities, published in LDRP in 1998. When I first read this paper, it was just such a compelling argument, I thought, and some of the best thinking I've ever heard throughout my career on the identification of learning disabilities, and clearly it was still influencing my work as I wrote this paper on responsiveness to writing intervention. So I've told you the beginning of the story, and I've told you a later part of the story, but probably the most interesting part is the middle, which was about a 10-year span in which Erica Lemke and I were doing this work on DBI TLC, which is a professional development program for teachers to support their implementation of DBI in early writing for kids with intensive early writing needs. And we had 2 projects, one to develop and then one to test the efficacy of that DBI TLC program. And the first Goal 2 IES grant took us 4 tries to get, and Lynn supported us every time. We kept asking her to be on our advisory panel, and she gave us letters each year, 2009, 2010, 2011. You can see her signature gets a little shorter, like she was like, okay, guys. But she supported us every time, and we finally got the grant, and she was on our advisory panel. And then she did stick with us for the next one, which only took 1 try, which was fortunate because I don't think it would have gotten funded past 2016. And also, it wouldn't surprise you that those letters came within hours, if not minutes, of us requesting them. So I'm going to tell you about that work. We did develop DBI TLC to support teachers to deliver data-based instruction in writing. What it is it's a set of tools, assessment, intervention, and decision-making tools, learning modules to teach teachers how to use those tools, and coaching to support them in the process. So we developed it, we tested it, we showed that it was feasible and could be efficacious for children. We have a website, and I'm going to share with you about this project. And the way I'm going to do that is I have my original slide deck that I always take out, like if I'm going to do a research talk or prepare teachers to do this process. I have my trusty slide deck that has a series of slides that we use to explain what DBI is. Stan Dino always said we all have one slice of bologna, or a piece of bologna, we just slice it different ways, and this is my piece of bologna. So I show this a lot, but what I'm going to do with it today is intersperse it with the formative paper or source from Lynn and a quote that leads to a lesson that can be derived from Lynn's influence on this work. And again, it was sort of uncanny to me as I went through that bologna slide deck that pretty much every single slide could be mapped to something that Lynn guided us to do. So I always start with, what is data-based instruction? Well, it's a framework for delivering intensive, individualized instruction. It's not a curriculum, it's not a single assessment, it's not one intervention, it's a framework, and it can be used in any subject area. In this case, we use it in early writing. And what I really wanted to do with this whole IES-funded series of studies is to basically replicate one of these early elegant RCTs that Lynn, Stan Dino, and Phyllis Merkin published in 1984. So she had done this beautiful study, 39 special ed teachers assigned randomly to either use CBM to inform their instruction with kids in special education, or to use their typical evaluation methods. And so this very elegant study clearly showed that when teachers did this process, it improved their pedagogy and it also improved student outcomes. And I was always just sort of amazed that she did this so early in her career, and it just, to me, seemed like an excellent study to try to replicate. So in that paper, she describes database program modification, which is kind of what DBI is, basically, and that it requires practitioners to measure student performance on a long-range goal behavior. With those measures should have demonstrated psychometric and edumetric adequacy, and then teachers need to adhere to a strict data utilization rule that dictates when instructional change is to be introduced. So she describes this process very clearly and then goes on to show that it works. Now, when I was a doctoral student, Lynn was always giving us models and templates of how to write an abstract or how to write a technical paper. So once again, I think the lesson here is that you should follow a good model. We had a good model in the DBPM model, as she describes it. We had a good model in the study that she conducted, and this lovely person was a model scholar to follow in this work. So the piece of bologna goes on to say, step one in the DBI process is that we should establish the child's present level of writing performance. And that requires general outcome measures that have evidence of reliability and validity. So very early in our careers, both Erica and I were developing these early writing measures that we collected data on to establish that they could produce reliable scores from students, that they related well to more standardized measures of writing so that they could be presented as general outcome measures. And we looked to make sure that they were sensitive to growth over short periods of time. And this is actually what really motivated us to do the next step in this work, because teachers loved these things. They liked giving them to their students. Oftentimes it was the only thing they had in early writing, and sometimes they told us this was their writing instruction. And that's not what that was meant to be. This was supposed to inform their instruction over time. But this idea of a general outcome measure where we could first establish present level of performance and put that on a graph was really guided by this conceptual thinking that Lynn and Standino write about in the paper Paradigmatic Distinctions Between Instructionally Relevant Measurement Models. And in that paper, they describe general outcome measurement as bridging the traditional psychometric and less conventional observational assessment paradigms that were often used to make instructional decisions, because this approach would allow both the planning of instruction and evaluating the effects of that over time. And you really needed this general outcome measurement approach in order to be able to see that trajectory of growth and make decisions based on it. And also that it would provide a non-discriminatory database that could be used for a range of decisions. So there was a strong equity focus as well. And so from this, the very simple but important lesson is that we should align our measures to our purpose. And that's really kind of fundamental to this DBI process. The next thing, the next step in this process is to set an ambitious long-term goal. And so to be able to provide guidance to teachers to do this, Erica and I, early in our development work, went out and administered the early writing measures to typical samples of kids, both in Minnesota and Missouri, so that we could generate benchmarks and normative rates of improvement, so that we could tell teachers, you know, if you want to set a long-range goal, here's some guidance on which you could base that long-range goal. Because that's often kind of a sticking point for teachers, like how do I know what I could expect my child to do over the course of an academic year. And so the idea then is that they could set that long-range goal, they could draw a line from baseline to goal, and that would show them how much growth they could expect over that period of time and be able to monitor progress towards that goal. This, of course, comes from a paper in 1993, I think, Formative Evaluation of Academic Progress, How Much Growth Can We Expect, that Lynn and Doug and Carol Hamlet wrote in collaboration with Lynn Waltz and Gary Gurman in the St. Croix Education District in Minnesota. And in this paper, they collected data from thousands of students across elementary school grades in reading, spelling, and math, and generated these normative growth rates to show us how much growth we could expect. And they explain in this paper that if we are going to come up with standards for how much growth to expect, we have to figure out what those standards should be with data. So they went out and collected the data so that they could set those normative growth rates. Not only did they do that, though, but they provided guidance so that if schools or districts wanted to set their own norms, they could use this essentially as a heuristic to do that themselves. And in fact, recently I was at a Minnesota School Psych Association conference, and somebody was talking about this paper and how they were going to use it to set their local norms in their district. But the message I took from this paper is you don't just come up with those standards, you don't just pull them out of the air, you have to establish them empirically. And she did that and gave us a way to do it as well. So then step 3 is to implement high quality instruction with fidelity. And to do that, you need research-based instruction that target the specific skills that are needed for a child to succeed in the general education curriculum. So Erica and I and our teams did a best evidence synthesis, which we learned to do from Lynn, on the early writing intervention research to find those research-based early writing instructional methods that we could use in our work with teachers. And so we found that research. From there, our graduate students developed lesson plans and materials so that teachers would have a set of mini lessons that they could then match to their students' individual needs. And this is directly guided by work from Lynn when she worked with the National Center on Intensive Intervention. I'm pretty sure she had substantial input into this whole process. And one thing I heard her talk about a lot is the importance of a validated intervention program, which is a standardized, evidence-based intervention program. Even though we're going to do individualized instruction, we'd better start with something that we feel pretty confident will work for a lot of kids. And so this idea of using a validated intervention program is really essential to DBI, because if we see that a child isn't making progress, we don't want it to be because they weren't getting very good instruction to begin with. So we need to base our instruction on a strong platform so that then we know, okay, we need to do something more intensive or more individualized for an individual student. Step 4, is the student on track to meet the goal? So we're monitoring progress using our general outcome measures, and then as we collect that data, we're using decision rules to evaluate the instructional effectiveness and student progress. And we can do that by looking at that goal line that I showed you earlier and the trend of the student's actual progress. If their trend is steeper than the goal line, that's good news. It means we can raise the goal and have even higher expectations for our students. If it's even with the goal line, we know we should continue what we're doing. Seems like it's working and the child is growing as we expected. If the trend line is flatter than the goal line, that alerts us that we need to change instruction. And this idea is very much guided by this paper and other work that Lynn has done on the effects of instrumental use of curriculum-based measurement to enhance instructional programs. And in this paper, they actually look at teachers' use of data and whether supporting that use of data actually leads to better student outcomes. Because it's not just that we're collecting the data just for the heck of it. We have two distinct components, measurement and evaluation. So measurement is the collection of the student performance indicators. Evaluation is the instrumental use of those indicators. And when we instrumentally use, we're manipulating and experimenting to figure out what's actually going to work for the students. But she points out in that last paragraph there that practitioners may be more likely to measure student performance than to use the data instrumentally. And that's exactly what Erica and I were seeing with teachers, is that they were collecting the data very happily, but they didn't know what to do with it. And in this paper, they look at ways to support teachers' use of that data, in this case with a computer-based system, which I learned to use as an undergraduate in my teacher prep program here at Peabody. I used it in my early days as a special ed teacher, and it just makes so much sense. I just was ingrained in this approach and thought, this is how you do special education. But it turns out a lot of people are not prepared to do this, either in their teacher education programs or once they enter the workforce. And so this idea that you instrumentally use data is often unfamiliar to a lot of teachers and very challenging. So from that paper, it really emphasizes the importance that we support teachers' instrumental use of data. We don't just expect that they'll do that when they collect it. Step 6. So here we generate hypotheses about student progress to individualize instruction. And so here's where a lot of times, in my experience, teachers think, oh, I'm doing this intervention, I see it's not working, that means I have to throw it out the window and do a whole new intervention. No, you don't have to do that. You have to think through, like, what is going on with this individual child that might lead to some sort of tweaks or adaptations or modifications that you do to your solid intervention platform that you started with. But that's sort of a revolutionary idea for a lot of teachers, and so we had to sort of figure out how are we going to help them think that through. And very conveniently, around the time that we started the efficacy trial, Lynn and Doug and Amelia Malone published this taxonomy of intensive intervention, or intervention intensity, and gave guidance for what you might do to intensify intervention. Maybe you'd teach for transfer. Maybe you would increase the explicitness of instruction, or increase the dosage, or add some behavioral support. But all of that would depend on these hypotheses that the teacher would generate about the individual student's needs. And then they could actually use that hypothesis to change instruction incrementally, and over time, see the progress that they were hoping to see. And here's that paper, the Taxonomy of Intervention Intensity, that articulates 7 principles for evaluating and building intervention intensity. That includes strength, dosage, alignment, attention to transfer, comprehensiveness, behavioral support, and individualization. And a piece that they really emphasize in this paper is that this taxonomy can be used to systematize the process by which special educators and related personnel set up the intensive intervention, monitor students' response, and evaluate the effectiveness of that instruction, which should lead to higher quality intensive intervention, improve student outcomes, and help schools design intervention programs that are more intensive from Tier 2. So directly from that article, this really important lesson is to systematize the process. There's a lot of things that happen in schools that are sort of haphazard, and it's difficult to know whether those will lead to outcomes or to know what it was about them that led to those outcomes. But if we systemize the process, it gives that framework for teachers to methodically go through and figure out what might work for their students. So we spent about 10 years developing and testing a systematized process for early writing, first with our development project and then our efficacy trial. And we found that teacher and student outcomes improved. So we had 3 years, 3 cohorts of teachers, about 132 teachers assigned randomly to treatment, about 309 of their elementary students, most of them receiving special education or intervention services of some sort. Teachers who were in the DBI condition implemented about 20 weeks of DBI TLC. They received the tools, the learning and the coaching, and they implemented it with fairly decent fidelity. And we found in the end that teachers improved their knowledge and skills about DBI and writing and their self-efficacy for improving kids' writing outcomes, and students improved in both their CBM writing and the writing on a standardized measure. And recently, in 2024, we published a paper on that efficacy trial in a special issue of the Journal of Learning Disabilities that Doug and Lynn guest edited. Of course, in submitting this paper to them, I once again had that question. And I mean, you have to do this sort of humbly because in 1984, she told us so. Yes, it works. So children whose teachers employ the ongoing measurement and evaluation system achieve better than students whose teachers don't. Of course, she goes on to say, well, it could also be because of this, but I think she knew. Now, more recently, there's a paper that reviews all of the DBI literature and recognizes the effort that it takes to help teachers implement this in their classrooms, that it's not for the faint of heart, and that it takes a significant amount of resources. And so we're not done yet because it's really hard to get this from research into practice. And the paper notes that this research program requires sustained focus over the long haul, but that lessons learned from the CBM DBI literature provide direction for effecting such a change and improving special education practice at scale. So some of those lessons that provide direction I've shared with you today: be thoughtful and careful before proceeding, that's Lemke's contribution, follow a good model, align your measures to your purpose, establish your standards empirically, base instruction on a strong platform, support teachers' instrumental use of data, systematize the process, and figure out how to bring it to scale. And each of those has a citation spanning 1984 to 2021. And it's a fairly coherent instructional manual for us to continue this work. So these weren't just one-off studies, but really a clear set of both evidence for the process, but also guidance for how to do it. So then, speaking of next generations, I've been so fortunate to have a little powerhouse of graduate students and postdocs who've really just adopted this work as their own and have been doing really innovative things that I never could have done by myself. This is just a few examples, looking at teachers' instrumental use of data with these really cool longitudinal methods, responsiveness to DBI. So once kids are getting intervention, how do we understand how they're responding to that intensive writing intervention? And then sustainability, which is a really important component of like, how do we get this into practice and make it stay beyond the research? And more will come. So here's just a few photos of the many scholars who are influenced by Lynn and Doug. That gives me a lot of hope that this work will continue. And there's the very tiny portion of the 500 publications that by themselves made such a huge impact for me. That is all.
Okay, and this is I can use this to go.
Yeah,
Okay, great. Thank you, Nancy. Oh, thank you. Good morning. It's great to see everybody. I'm honored to be here. Thanks to Marcia, Doug, and Pam for inviting me. And today I'm going to talk about, I'm a professor at University of Delaware, and I'm going to be talking about how Lynn shaped my research on math learning disabilities. So how I got to know Lynn really was through NICHD, many NICHD PI meetings where we were often sitting together and kind of supporting each other. It was really nice. IES review panels, when we were on panels with people with very divergent opinions, saying things like, oh, math disabilities don't exist. And so we kind of look at each other. And then we collaborated on the Center for Improving Learning of Fractions, funded by Nixer at IES. And then subsequently numerous advisory panels, and we were worked together on the IES practice guide on math interventions. On a personal note, Lynn was amazingly supportive, exceptionally generous as a co-PI and an author, extremely efficient. She puts everybody to shame, and she made collaborating with other people moving forward disappointing because she was never late, and I loved it. It was so efficient, and she was a colleague and friend who honestly made me better. So today I'm going to talk about my collaboration with Lynn on our IES-funded Center on Improving Learning of Fractions. Then I'll talk about the practice guide that we worked on together, and then my own intervention work, which was heavily influenced by Lynn. So just to get started, a survey of 1,000 Algebra 1 teachers report fractions to be a top barrier. One teacher said, when they come to middle school, there is a dominant idea that a fraction is two different whole numbers written in some weird format that indicates a relationship. So fractions are hard for everybody, and especially children with learning difficulties. So we got this idea. IES put out an RFA for a center on math learning difficulties, and Lynn and I had both been working in the whole number space with younger children. That's how I got to know her through the NICHD grants, and I thought, oh, I would love to tackle fractions because, we're starting to learn theoretically more about fractions, but not much had been written in that area. So I asked Lynn if she was interested in collaborating, and thankfully she was. And we put together this amazing fractions center that had 3 strands. The first was cognitive processes and math learning, which was led by cognitive psychologist Bob Siegler. He had really been doing very interesting theoretical work in this space, so we were so excited that he agreed to work with us. On my strand, I looked at predictors of math, of difficulties with fractions through longitudinal studies. And then Lynn's strand was intervention development. So the strands were very synergistic. And then Russell Gerson was the PI on the leadership strand that was involved in outreach and dissemination. And sometimes you think of centers as kind of being like they're big, they're bloated, they end up by not being kind of disappointing. But I just felt like this one was amazing. And I feel like we did, many thanks to Lynn, really, I think, impact the field a lot. So our core center activities were, although the strands approached the study of fractions from a different vantage point, they shared a common perspective, and that is the number line. And Bob had done a lot of theoretical papers on the number line, which we hypothesized is an important but overlooked instructional tool with which students can build understanding of fractions, and that it can be an effective assessment tool to determine student progress over time. So we started out thinking, why are fractions hard for so many students, and especially students who are struggling in math? Well, numbers of the same magnitude can look very different. Unlike whole numbers, 3/4 is the same as 9/12. And sometimes when numbers get bigger, the fraction gets smaller. And so this can lead into a whole number bias where students think 1/8 is bigger than 1/4 because 8 is bigger than 4. But of course, that isn't always the case. And there's an infinite amount of numbers between two fractions, and related to all of these issues, the number line is an effective tool for addressing them. So I'm going to first present some interesting findings from the longitudinal strand that was conducted in Delaware. And we had 536 students that were first recruited in 3rd grade. And the students were drawn from 9 elementary schools in 2 public school districts. And starting in 4th grade, this kind of converged with our grant. The curriculum was aligned to the Common Core state standards in math. And we did have a very diverse sample. In all of all 3 strands, we did oversample for at-risk students because we wanted to make sure that they had representation in the study. So this particular finding, yeah, there we go. We found very interesting because here you can see that many students show little growth in fraction magnitude understanding between 4th and 5th grade. And if you look on the vertical axis, that is performance on the number line estimation task, estimating fractions on a number line. And basically the lower the score, the better, because you're more accurate, so you have a lower score. And on the horizontal axis is the testing periods. And you can see that in the red, that's class 1, there were a number of students who started out very accurate and they ended accurate. And then there's the typical trajectory in class 2, which is the blue one, where they started inaccurate, but by the 6th grade, they became quite accurate. But then there's this concerning class 3 that starts out accurate in winter of 4th grade and makes literally no progress or very little progress across the period. And then here you can see a little bit more of the 3 classes. I guess it's probably easier to see on the side monitors, but I'm just kind of in awe of the class 1 students. You can see how accurate they are. The closer they map around the line means the more accurate on the various fractions. But you can also see that class 3 is pretty much all over the map with their estimations, and they tend to estimate most fractions, even though this is a 0 to 2 number line, they estimate most fractions as being less than 1. So they think of fractions as being very small numbers. So this really kind of piqued our interest. And here you can also see that accuracy on number line estimation is very associated with how children are going to do in math achievement more generally. The class 1 students, 68% of them were scored advanced in math in 6th grade. Class 2, they were pretty good too. They at least 64% met the standard and 19% were advanced. But then that class 3, the children who showed very little growth, 35% of them performed well below standards. So you can see this poor number magnitude estimation is a concern overall for these kids in their math achievement moving forward. So, and then like at the same time, Lynn was doing innovative intervention development. And her intervention, which Marcia touched on a little bit earlier this morning, focused on fraction understanding, and within fraction understanding, on fractions magnitude understanding using a number line. And the business as usual condition focused comparatively on fraction understanding and procedures, and within fraction understanding, mainly on part whole understandings. And amazingly, she did 5 randomized controlled trials, 1 each year, with 4th graders with math difficulties. So while I was doing the longitudinal work, she was doing the intervention, and Bob was doing the short-term experimental studies. So one key Fuchs finding was each year of the 4th grade intervention, improvement in magnitude understanding, but not improvement in whole number understanding or part whole understanding, mediated the effects of the intervention versus the business as usual on the fraction achievement outcome. And these data support the National Math Advisory Panel hypothesis that improvement in magnitude understanding is a key mechanism explaining fraction learning, and its recommendation that fraction instruction be reoriented in this direction. So, Lynn, we did a special issue on the Fraction Center in the Journal of Learning Disability, and here is a quote from Lynn. She writes, "In sum, These 5 RCTs document the efficacy of the small group intervention we developed, guided by explicit instructional principles and relying on fractions magnitude understanding. We iteratively developed and tested the effects of a core program, even as we isolated effects of a series of intervention components. Result of the component analysis indicated added value for speeded strategic practice when students have sufficient working memory capacity to engage productively in such practice. They revealed strong added value for multiplicative reasoning, word problem component, and a supported self-explaining module. At the same time, our intervention only addresses 4th grade fraction standard. Research is sorely needed to address the challenges associated with multiplying and dividing fractions, as well as other complex math curricular targets. So that kind of led to some research that I continued in my lab post the fraction center development project. And I got very interested in intervention kind of in the last year of the math center, because I'd learned so much from Lynn, and I had sort of dabbled in intervention with early number sense area, but wanted to do some of this with fractions too, because I was just so stunned that there's so many children that make so little progress in fractions, and they end up in 6th grade learning in the gen ed curriculum, but they don't even really understand much about fraction magnitude. So we were lucky enough in my team with co-PI Nancy Dyson to get a development grant from IES to develop a fraction sense intervention. And here we worked with 6th grade, because Lynn was working in the 4th grade space, and that's important because you want to catch kids early. But the reality is there's still many children in 6th grade that fall through the cracks that need continued support to build those fraction foundations. So the goal of our fraction sense intervention was to develop an effective intervention to help struggling students make sense of fractions, and to ground the intervention into evidence-informed practices related to how children learn. And then this was like a priority of IES, is to develop a usable intervention for classroom teachers or school interventionists in multi-tiered settings. So they didn't want us to do an intervention that was carried out by researchers. Ultimately, they wanted something that teachers could easily implement. So in the first year of the project, we did develop the intervention, and we tested it with researcher instructors, got good results. But as we worked in schools, we realized that the typical intervention teacher, they don't have 3 or 4 students. In some of the middle school interventions, there were up to 15 students. And so it really isn't practical to have like all these little activities and kids working, like 1 to 3 teacher-student ratio. So, we got this idea of, carrying out the intervention using animated PowerPoint slides, so we could the teacher could teach the intervention with larger groups. So we sort of moved forward in that direction and piloted that and got very good results. We were able to get reasonably effective results with larger groups in the middle school intervention setting. So that then led to an IES-funded efficacy grant, where we tested the efficacy of this intervention carried out by teachers in sometimes relatively large groups, and grounded in the principles from the science of learning, because all of us were continuing to learn about that during the development grant. And actually, like Bethany Riddle-Johnson, who's here, she was one of our consultants and had written a lot about learning principles that we wanted to incorporate into our intervention. So here we evaluated the efficacy, we just finished this, of the fraction sense intervention, which was designed for 6th graders who are very low performing in math, at least 2 years below grade level on the school administered tests. And we didn't exclude any children from the sample. The FSI emphasizes foundational fractions, using number lines. We incorporate the validated principles for students with math difficulties, and again, it was a much harder study because teachers implemented the intervention. So also, a little bit before this, around the same time, IES and the What Works Clearinghouse published a practice guide that Lynn led, which was assisting students struggling with math intervention in the elementary schools. I was on that panel too, but Lynn had and Robin, I see other people involved in this, Lynn was a strong leader on this panel, and the recommendations were based on rigorous review of studies. And so we aligned our FSI very closely with the recommendations provided in this guide. And so this is just a summary of the recommendations from the practice guide that I think, I hear a lot of people are using them, people are building instructional materials based on these recommendations, so I do think that they are getting traction and very useful, and I'll just sort of say the first one is systematic instruction. We called it systematic because people didn't like direct or explicit, because we had a diverse group of people on the panel, some people in math ed, so the idea is to provide intentional instruction during intervention to develop student understanding. Math language is so important to teach clear and concise math language and support students' use of the language to help students communicate. Representations, choose them very carefully, using a set of concrete and semi-concrete representations. Of course, the number line, we've kind of set that apart because it's been so important, not in terms of just fractions, but also teaching whole numbers. And then word problems, an area that's near and dear to Lynn's heart, to provide deliberate instruction in that area to deepen students' mathematical understanding. And then the final recommendation, which turned out to be kind of controversial because we said timed activities and fluency. We kind of just really meant fluency, but as you saw, Lynn's work did show that timed activities, if they're implemented appropriately, can be very helpful. But, some people just are adamantly against timed activities, so I think the idea in any case is to build fluency. So this is the components of our intervention that we tested with the 6th graders, with the teachers. We emphasize fractions as numbers with magnitudes, fraction equivalence and ordering, and fraction arithmetic. And in our developmental studies, it was really hard to move children on the fraction arithmetic. For whatever reason, we had a hard time getting effects in that area. But we did emphasize fractions as numbers, and the number line model really does transfer easily to linear measurement, which is often needed in everyday life. And it was so really amazing on some of the pretests how little the children knew about using rulers. And so, children, I guess, yeah, it's but it's just such a useful skill for many vocations. So our instructional approach, we aim to make explicit, systematic math connections, and to make these connections explicit and to make learning stick, which I learned about that book from Bethany. It was so great. We use multiple representations, gesturing, concreteness fading, retrieval practice, which we did. Marsha was talking about interleave practice. We incorporated that. And then, of course, we provided clear, immediate feedback. The study design was a multiple cohort, randomized controlled study with 6th graders, as I mentioned, very low in math. The level of randomization was at the classroom level, so it does require you to have a fairly large sample, and so we had 38 classrooms. Our goal was, I think, 48. We were underpowered because we intersected with the pandemic, and it was just so much harder to get into schools. And the teachers did carry out the intervention with professional development from the research team, and the teachers were varied a lot in terms of their background. Some were math teachers, some were special ed teachers, some were science teachers. It's like, and there's a teacher shortage in Delaware, but we felt like we wanted to work with what we had, which was realistic in a school setting. We had 24 half-hour animated PowerPoint lessons. It wasn't a whole lot. The lessons, I think, were like about a half hour, but that's all we could work on into the school with their schedule and their marking periods. And we had a pre-test, post-test, delayed post-test design with various measures of fraction knowledge. We explicitly incorporated the principles that I mentioned. We anchored our instruction in meaningful contexts, which were centered on visual number lines and fraction bars, like we used color run races, things like that were very motivating to the children. And as I mentioned, number lines can map onto so many everyday activities, like even a measuring cup is like a vertical number line. We used the clear and consistent mathematical language. We said numerator and denominator rather than top number or bottom number. We used familiar denominators to develop deep understanding and reduce cognitive load. I think this is super important because sometimes in math instruction, and for kids who are struggling, they move quickly to large denominators that you don't use that much in everyday life, and plus it's like hard to really think about the concepts. So with the familiar fractions like a half, 2/4, and so on, we can really focus on the meaning of fractions. And then we did engage in fluency with fractions and multiplicative reasoning. So, in honor of Lynn, here's an example of a word problems activity that we incorporated into some of our instruction. And I hope the animation works. We like to show problems side by side to highlight differences in terms of what the problems are asking for. So the teacher would say, here are 3 story problems. Read them to yourself as I read them aloud. So Adrian walked 2 miles on Monday and 3/4 of a mile on Tuesday. How far did Adrian walk altogether? Then Adrian walked 2 days this week. He walked 3/4 of a mile each day. How far did Adrian walk altogether? Adrian walked 2 miles on Monday and 3/4 a mile on Tuesday. How much farther did he walk on Monday than on Tuesday? Now, those problems to students look very similar, and they might just read them all the same way. So we help students see that the first step to solving problems is to find the operation, but the story problems don't tell you the operation. You have to figure it out. So you need to look at 2 parts of the problem to find the operation of the action and the question. So we ask the students which 2 problems have the same action. So the first one and the second one, and we discussed that and talked about it. And which 2 problems have the same question? And so here, it's a little bit different. No 2 problems have the same action and the same question. Each problem is solved using a different operation. So we also need to find the numbers to use with the operations. So the children worked on that and circled the numbers. You can see they're all exactly the same. In terms of story problems, you have to find the action, the questions, write the operation with the numbers, model the action, and answer the questions. So we had lots of activities related to this. And so this would be something like Adrian walked 2 days this week, and that particular problem. And so the child would underline the action, circle the question, and then figure out the operation, which would be here. We are making two groups of 3/4. The operation then is multiplication. So they would go 2 times 3/4. And now that we have the operation and the numbers, we can model the action, which would be something like this. Sometimes multiplication is hard to represent on a number line, but on some of these simple problems, they could go like this. This is one group of 3/4. Writing a label will help you remember what you've drawn. So far, the label can be simple like this. Day 2, and they had number lines at their desk. And then they can answer the question, what does our model show? On the number line, it's easy to see the simplest form, which is 1 1/2. And so don't forget to write your answer in the box. So that's just kind of an example with very simple fractions and seemingly simple problems that children can learn to differentiate between problems and kind of what the meaning of multiplication of fractions is, and especially a fraction and a whole number, versus addition and subtraction. So our study, we finished it, and we were happy that we got significant and meaningful effects, given that the instruction was carried out by teachers with lots of noise, like we had teachers go on leave or even have substitute teachers some of the time, and intervention was often not considered a priority. So if there was an assembly, they would cancel intervention class, and all these kinds of things. But we got moderate effect sizes on the concepts, which is less well aligned to the intervention. The applied problems, we were very happy to get effects on fraction arithmetic, which we hadn't been able to move too much. Huge effects on measurement, just because the children started out so low, they knew very little. And we had a lot of activities related to measurement. And then also, just by we had these quick sprints where they just for I think a minute or two at the end of each lesson, they worked on multiplication. They did time multiplication activities related with facts that were related to the problems they did, and we got pretty good effect sizes just by doing that. And I also think working with the fractions helped improve multiplicative fluency also, because they were kind of seeing the various connections. So, and then just quickly, one other thing is we have some new RCT work funded by NSF that continues to be very influenced by our fraction center findings. We just completed this particular grant, and then we have another one moving forward. But as I mentioned, our fraction center longitudinal data showed that students begin formal fraction instruction with varying levels of knowledge. Some are really, they know a lot, but others don't respond well to instruction at all. So that I teamed up with Nora Newcomb, who's a cognitive psychologist at Temple, and actually she was at one of our IES, she was a discussant at our IES center, at the end of the center where we presented at the Department of Education. So we got to talking and with one of our postdocs, and we really got interested in the roots of individual differences in fraction learning trajectories before formal instruction begins, to prepare children for the formal learning of fractions, so they don't get to the place where they have a whole number bias, they don't expect fractions to make sense, because studies have shown that even young children have some informal knowledge of fractions. So in this study, we investigated the malleability of early fraction learning in first graders. We developed a series of play-based instructional activities to assess what extent structured training could effectively enhance young children's learning. And we had children from a wide sample of children, a number of them from fairly impoverished areas. They were high-risk students. And we did find that children who received the training demonstrated notably larger and meaningful gains on informal fraction knowledge. We developed an informal assessment. In that particular study, we weren't able to follow up the students, but we have a new study that we're going to follow up to see if these students, if the earlier you work on learning fractions and thinking about fraction magnitudes, that we can prepare students so they come to fourth grade, third grade with more knowledge, and we don't have these children in sixth grade who really don't even understand what a fraction is, or they don't understand that the numerator and the denominator have to work together. They're not separate numbers. So, in conclusion, Lynn has helped me think deeply about mathematical topics. We kind of got into the fractions at the same time. Also to use systematic evidence, as was mentioned by Elizabeth and others, evidence-informed intervention approaches to support children with math difficulties, and to bridge research and practice through effective implementation of RCTs in school studies, and to understand better how children learn and why so many children struggle and how to help them. So, thank you so much, Lynn, for your influence, for your kindness, and for your brilliance.
Thank you, everyone. We will take a short break, a 10-minute break. So come back just shortly after 10:30. Thanks.
That's the one.
Okay.
Good deal. That was easy.
If people could start to move back to your tables, and we're going to have 2 more talks before lunch, and then shortly after 11:30, we will have lunch. These guys in the back are not listening to me. I'm going to call them out by name.
I guess I'm about to get started, so don't make me turn the lights on and off. Okay, just to start, a big thank you for letting me talk today. It's really a privilege to be here and honor Lynn. This is my talk, the overlap of reading and math, and Lynn's appreciation of cognition, continuing comorbidity. I would have included design and methodology, but that's 4 things, and it doesn't start with a C, so I just decided to keep it to these. So we'll start with who I am and my history with Lynn. I'm a little bit different because I'm not an educator, but Lynn was always open to collaborations. I'm going to talk then a little bit about comorbidity in general, and then move into a discussion of domain specificity and domain generality. And I'm going to do a little bit different. I'm going to talk about a study that is just done, so it's sort of like fresh. The paper isn't even written yet, but I'm going to go over methods, results, and discussion. So here's my perspective in terms of what my background is, the kind of evidence that I look for and who I write for. I've always sort of thought of myself as sitting on this 3-legged stool from neuropsychology, developmental psychology, and educational psychology. My training is as a neuropsychologist, and a lot of neuropsychologists do clinical work, and at the time I was being trained as a neuropsychologist, it was still fairly novel to be interested in children, and as somebody interested in children, what do children do? Well, they develop and they go to school. So I also became interested in those areas, and those were much more advanced literatures than the literature on the neuropsychology of children, people like Gary Taylor and Jack Fletcher, Paul Satz notwithstanding. Here's my research focus sort of in a nutshell. I am interested in those big neurocognitive, domain general things that everybody knows, but nobody knows what they are. You know, what is executive function and attention and processing speed? I really have a philosophical love of these things and trying to understand both what they are and what they are not. And it's really a tough road. It's really difficult to get a grasp on these things, especially situating them in their sort of nomological network. I'm interested in learning, in all learning. I tend to prefer being interested in learning for students who struggle. And I'm interested in neurodevelopmental disorders, really of any kind, whether it's a math disability, a reading disability, ADHD, spina bifida, you name it. Something that impacts development, particularly as it applies to learning. And so that's my background. And this is sort of like how I came to know Lynn and what our interactions have been, it's basically been through grants. Jack Fletcher introduced us. I had done some work with Sharon in the reading space, but I've always been interested in math, and there was a program project. Marcia was a part of that, Linda Ewing Cobbs, and Jack Fletcher, and of course Lynn was a part of that. And I had a role in this program project on a series of intervention studies with Lynn, and that was a super productive time. Following that, we had an R01 study on algebraic reasoning, computations, and word problems, another series of studies there. Had a very tiny role on that fractions center. And then following that, we had an IES grant with Tammy Tolar on algebraic learning that Lynn was also a part of. And so this is my interactions with Lynn, and these are the things that we sort of have in common. So Lynn is known for so many things, and she was always appreciated of being interested in new things and broader things as well. So our interest in cognition, whether and how, why cognition influences math, and then how to understand how those things interact with, are mediated by, work with more direct foundational, direct math skills. And then in terms of comorbidity, of course, these people have MD, these people have RD, these people have attention problems. And she was able to look at these things both continuously as well as in groups, and was interested in the role of reading and math. When you study reading, you can sort of get away with ignoring math sometimes, but when you study math, you just, you kind of have to include reading as a part of it. And there's some interest in trying to understand what is driving the relationship. What do they have in common, despite them manifestly being so different from one another? And although we both had an emphasis on students who struggle, perceiving, how we go about identifying somebody as having a math disability, as a reading disability, is a tool, and super important tools, and we need them to make decisions and all of those things. But to some extent, if these things exist on a continua, there's a question about whether the differences are quantitative versus qualitative. And so what I did was go through the different publications that we have together. We have 22 publications together, and that's a lot for somebody like me. That's like 15% of all my papers. Of course, to Lynn, this is like 1% of her papers, so it's like nothing. It doesn't register, but I went back through all of our papers and just put, cognition or continua or COM for comorbidity. Each of our papers are addressing 1, 2, or 3 of these issues. And what was so great about Lynn was, despite her stature, and, I feel like a fish out of water because I will never achieve her stature, but of our publications, she was first author on 9 of them. I was first author on 7 of them. So it was very collegial and very interactive and very supportive, even when the things actually had nothing to do with intervention. She was still active and interested and engaged in those. And I learned a lot about how to publish papers and how to work. I haven't taken those lessons well because I still write these 12-page responses to reviewers. And I remember the first paper that Lynn and I had. She was a first author on this one, and the reviewer comment, she's like, "We did that." Yes. And I'm like, okay, I can't get away with that. But of course the paper got accepted because the way Lynn wrote was so clear, right? Everything she did. So I chose this talk. I'm going to talk about comorbidity in part because it was one of the last things that we sort of did together scientifically during COVID. We had a small working group. Marcia was a part of it, Greg Roberts, and Lauren McGrath in Colorado, and Lynn, of course, and myself. And we were trying to collapse data up specifically about comorbidity. And so this was sort of the impetus for my focus on comorbidity here. So let's talk about comorbidity. When we talk about comorbidity, we can think about to what extent, if somebody has a math disability, do they also have a reading disability? The estimates vary. You know, it's somewhere probably 40 to 60%, but 30 to 70%, because it depends. What are you looking at? What perspective are you taking? What kind of population are you looking at? And it's easier to think in terms of these qualitative distinctions. These people have a math disability, these people do not, when we know that these are individual differences in skill. And it's important to classify people for purposes of communication and practicality, even if the underlying distribution is about individual differences. And Lynn was very interested in individual differences. And so when you partition people into having this or not having this, it gets confusing. And especially we did a couple of studies where MD only, RD only, MD-RD, and neither. And it's confusing. It's confusing data-wise to separate them and to interpret what that means in terms of comorbidity. And we know that math and reading correlate about 0.45. Of course, sub-skills have different relationships, but overall, it's about there. So there's lots of models of comorbidity, chance. If two things are independent, a chance that they occur together is equal to a product of their probability. So there's two independent causes. There's alternate forms. There's one cause. It can manifestly produce this outcome or that outcome. Multiformity, there's a bunch of these where there's two relatively independent causes, but each of those causes is related differentially to outcomes, sometimes one more than the other. So this includes the phenocopy hypothesis. See, I just said that. And then 3 independent disorders. A lot of these sort of theories or models of comorbidity are predicated on a one-to-one. You've got 2 different disorders, and the 3 independent disorders would be saying something like the comorbid group, MDRD, is fundamentally different from the single disorder groups. And then there's correlated liabilities, and there's a bunch of types of these, but the idea is that the causes are related to one another. And so that is what produces your comorbidity. And then there's the multiple deficit model, which is a sort of supersedes like a correlated liabilities perspective. And the idea is that you have biological, cognitive, and behavioral, both risk and protective factors. And these influence neural development, which impacts cognitive systems, and these produce the manifest behavioral symptoms that we see. And so the idea is they're not, oh God, disorders, you know, one gene, one disorder. There's no single etiology, and few of those etiologies are strictly necessary. And what this means is that comorbidity is the rule, and it is not the exception. And having these different liabilities at the biological, cognitive, or behavioral level is also continuous as well. So it's not all or none. So why is this important? Why is it important to understand comorbidity? Well, theoretically, if there is overlap, then perhaps there is some common cause. What are those correlated liabilities, what are those risk factors, and maybe that can help us to eventually draw those conceptual boundaries around and between disorders. Identification purposes. If we know what the overlap is or the things that drive that overlap, then we can identify them more easily. And then, of course, to treatment, is there any efficiency that we can include in our treatments to account for these risk factors and for the comorbid disorders? And of course, this was one of Lynn's things with the word problem solving, and how do we build the language supports needed to do those. So I'm going to now talk about domain specificity and domain generality, and then I'll introduce this new study. So domain general is another one of these phrases that are used a lot, and people define it in different ways. And the way my take on what it means for something to be domain general is that you have some construct and it is related to any number of outcomes. And there is some rationale for why it should be related to different outcomes. And then there's those effect sizes, right? There is lots of empirical evidence that said cognitive factor is related to this outcome or that outcome. And so examples include like executive function, working memory, attention, and processing speed. It's not that hard to establish rationale for why these things ought to be important for things like reading or math, and there's a fair amount of evidence suggesting that that is indeed the case. These things are related. This is in contrast to something that is domain-specific for a given outcome. And the idea is that there is some privileged or special relationship to a given outcome, even if there are relationships to other outcomes. But there seems to be something special about it. And again, empirically, it's robust and it's sort of dominant. And the idea is that they should be separable from the outcome that you're looking at. So you're not measuring the outcome twice. You're using something that is not the outcome to predict the outcome. So in reading, we have things like phonological awareness and rapid naming, and there's no question that these are sort of very large, very important predictors of early reading, for example. And even though these things are related to math as well, they seem to have a stronger relationship to reading. And then on the math side of things, we have things like magnitude, understanding, comparison, estimation skills. These are things that do not involve written arithmetic, but you could also include sort of math skills that are lower in the hierarchy than you are teaching or that you are assessing. So, for example, fractions are super important for algebra. So in some sense, fractions becomes a domain-specific skill for algebra. Although you use fractions in algebra, fractions is not algebra per se. So given this background and this sort of conceptualization, you might ask, so why are math and reading related? What's the overlap between math and reading empirically? Do the domain general relationships vary with some expected pattern? Is a given domain general construct more related to one outcome versus another, or for any individual outcome is one domain general factor more important than other domain general factors? And can these domain general things alone account for the overlap of math and reading. And going further, what if you combine all the predictive power of the domain general and domain specific things? Can they account for all of the overlap between math and reading? And should we expect differences in the answer to these questions at different developmental stages? And so this is what we're doing in this paper. So first, we're establishing the rationale for why the domain general and domain specific things ought to relate to both math and reading, looking at the correlation, looking at how the different domain general factors, whether they have similar or differential relationships across academic skills, and then we can look to see, well, does that reduce the correlation to nothingness? And doing this in two ways. One, looking at manifest outcomes, but then also looking at what if we create a latent variable of that overlap? It should allow us to account for more of that overlap. So we did both of those things. And we're going to compare results from what we know from children, because the study that I'm going to talk about is with adults. It comes from a recent NSF grant that I have. And so that's why the kinds of things builds off of some of my previous work in this comorbidity space and in the prediction of reading and in the prediction of math, contrasting these domain-specific and domain-general predictors. So first things first, these are things that are not novel to this study. So, gee, could you make an argument for why PA and RAN are important for reading? We don't need to do that. That's been done, so that takes one sentence. Also, there's lots of strong evidence for why things like magnitude, comparison, estimation is clearly related to math. If you use symbolic or alphanumeric symbols, it's more related to math. Features prominently in models of math, so this is not surprising or new information. And there's all kinds of evidence for why or how these domain general factors that I'm going to look at here, working memory, attention, and processing speed, you can make arguments, you can find correlations. The way I would say it is that in models, particularly complex models of math and reading, there is room for these cognitive factors to play a role in the learning and skill level in both math and reading. And we know especially in math that the more proximal your skill is to your outcome, the larger share of the variance it's going to account for. So we know all of this already, so that's less what's novel. What we're going to do is look at it in adults, and adults present a little bit different contrast, and you'll see that when I talk about the characteristics of the sample. So what we tried to do, well, if you notice on this slide here, we ask these questions, and then we frame them in terms of questions, and then we frame our hypotheses in terms of those steps. So we would expect math and reading to correlate about 0.45 with one another. And then we have specific hypotheses about what we might expect vis-a-vis the parlay of domain general and domain specific things. We would expect more unique variance for domain specific things, particularly for simpler versus complex outcomes. I'm going to have two different contrasts to talk about. And those relationships should account for more of the overlap in the simpler outcomes relative to the complex outcomes. And then we can also examine the sort of cross relationship even of the domain-specific factors, and then additionally create a latent variable of those shared, of what is shared among the academic outcomes to see if that boosts the extent to which the predictors account for overlap. So that's what we're going to do, and we're going to focus now on the actual sort of brass tacks of this study. So this is the sample. This is from an NSF grant designed to explore math learning, and it's sort of subtitled like, what even is a math disability in college students? If you think about it, in Texas you have to take this state test if you're going to community college, and it's essentially pre-algebra. So you've passed Algebra 2, and now you can't do pre-algebra. And so you have to take developmental courses. And that's what we did. We have university students. We also have community college students in the sample as well, because that is much more representative of who's in college. And they're taking their very first math class in college, and it is generally a low level. So college algebra is the highest math that they could take. So there's no engineering students taking differential equations or something like that in the sample. And it's a very, very diverse sample. I'm from Houston, so this is Houston. This is who it is. And what's interesting is that on our measures, where we have them cognitively or academically, right about 100 in terms of a standard score. And this is very different than like the DFW rates of these math classes, which the drop or failure or withdrawal rate is close to 50% for a lot of these courses. So this is what we're going to study. I sort of previewed these things. So these are the domain general things. These are the math specific things. They should look familiar to most people in this room. And then for the simple, I'm just making a distinction between single word reading versus computations, and then comprehension versus applications. And these are all KTEA measures. So substitute the WIAT or the Woodcock-Johnson if you like. So here are the results. So we find that for the simple outcomes, correlation is about 0.4. It's closer to 0.6 for the complex outcome, so reading comprehension to math applications. The domain general skills do indeed relate to both kinds of outcomes. So there's 4 different outcomes. The relationships of working memory are the strongest. That's pretty consistent with meta-analytic relationships. They're significant, but a bit weaker for processing speed and for attention. The domain-specific features relate variably to the outcome, from modestly to very strongly, more so for the complex outcomes, particularly math applications, and much more for elision relative to rapid naming. And then when we predict the individual outcomes, this is the R-squareds from each of them, and following that are the abbreviations for the unique predictors of each. And you'll notice that number line and phonological awareness show up in all models, which is a little bit surprising, at least on the face of things. So when we include all of the predictors that we're examining, the relationship between the simple outcomes goes down to 0.1. That's a 74% reduction. For the complex outcomes, it's about 50%. When we create a latent variable of the overlap, it accounts for 69% of the variance. So a big increase there. And again, these are the unique predictors, including number line and phonological awareness. When we just include the domain general, we get 38% of the variance, and when we just include the domain specific, almost all of it, 66% of the variance. And then we did some indirect modeling as well, and it turns out that those domain general factors do have direct effects. They do have indirect effects as well, but even those are not as large as I expected them to be. So we account for like 12 to 25% of the domain-specific factors using the domain general predictors. So just to recap, complex achievement interrelates more than simple. There's more uniqueness for the domain-specific variables, more so for simple versus complex. The simple correlation is reduced to non-significance. Complex relationship is halved. And the extent that the predictors account for overlap increases when you make a latent variable out of them. So there were 3 findings that I'm going to talk about just for a minute. The role of the domain general factors was not quite as strong as I expected, or perhaps would have wanted them to be. The domain specificity was not quite as domain specificity as I would have expected it to be. The general pattern is not, the way to say it is not inconsistent with what we know in kids, because there's actually not that many studies that do this kind of thing. Multiple domain general things, multiple domain specific things, looking at multiple outcomes simultaneously, and there's none that do it in adults. Even if you look at big meta-analysis, what's the relationship of reading and math, less than 10% of those studies are even done in adults. So we just know far less. So what do I make of this relatively small role for domain general things? Well, there is those direct effects, there are indirect effects, and they are predictive of domain specificity, but it's just not as large as I might have expected it to be. It could be that because of that shared variance between them, whatever contribution the domain general features are making to the domain specific things, none of which are being currently taught, perhaps they're already sort of baked into the cake at that point. And that's not to say that new learning has not occurred, but I'm going to come back to that at the very end. Surprised by the cross-domain specific relationships? Well, if you look more closely, Pong Pong does this meta-analysis. Here's language and how it relates to math. Of course, there are robust relationships of phonological awareness, hugely to reading, but also pretty robustly for math as well. And so that finding makes a little bit more sense. Why does the number line predict reading so well? Why is it such a robust predictor? It's probably not as simple as, well, there's an Arabic numeral there. Perhaps it's some sort of proxy for fractions, which is some sort of proxy for math skill, and we know that math skills are related to reading. The number line measures we use, we had a decimal and a fractions number line, so it's not whole numbers, so these students were clearly not at mastery of that. I would have expected the domain general things to account for more of the variance of a complex task like number line, but of course that was the 25%. They did account for more than they did the other domain-specific variables. And then finally, what might this mean for older students who are struggling? Not sure yet, it's going a little bit beyond the data, but it does go to show that if you're struggling in math, you may tend to also be struggling in reading, even at the adult level. If you're struggling, you're probably struggling in a course, and if it's a math course, it seems a little more straightforward what you might do. What is the math course? What is its scope and sequence? What are its foundational skills? What are your skills in those foundational skills? And then can you address those things while not losing sight of your current scope and sequence? Students aren't taking reading classes in college, but you're using reading for all your content areas. So it's a little less straightforward in that case. But I think one thing that's important to consider is that when you're in college, it is a choice. And that choice is either positively or negatively influenced by skill. I'm really good at this, so I will take courses in it, or I will major in it. Or negatively, I'm not very good at this, so I will avoid classes that have those things. And so the next sort of big move after this paper is to then look at these kinds of relationships in this pattern and see how they play out over the course of a semester. Are the same predictors that predict KTEA performance the similar ones that predict whether you drop or fail or withdraw from a class? And for that one, we have other motivational and attitudinal things. So that's sort of our next step. So that's where I am. Thank you very much. And it, again, is a real privilege to be here. I miss Lynn's friendship, her collegiality, and I just miss her as a person.
We're going to do one more talk before lunch, and then we'll have lunch, and then there are two more, there's one more talk and then a panel, and then I'll just do, like, honestly, 1 minute of closing remarks.
I have the, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, shit. All right. Just keep, yeah. Okay, yeah. Lunchtime, everyone. Hold on. This worked earlier, so we'll see. My, technical difficulties. Yeah, that's great. There you go. Awesome, thank you. Look how easy he made that. Maybe. All right. Is that okay? Okay, great. All right. I'm going to time myself so I'm not keeping you all between you and lunch. I don't want to be that person, right? So welcome to this talk from pirates to quests to voyages and beyond. I'm going to talk about Lynn's impact on word problem solving. And my name is Sarah Powell, and I'm a professor at the University of Texas at Austin. But I haven't always been in Austin, Texas. And so I realized yesterday Pam was one of Lynn's first doc students to talk. And Daniel Espinas, after lunch, is going to be one of Lynn's last doc students to talk. And I came somewhere in the middle. But I also realize I'm not alone, and I do want to recognize that if you were one of Lynn's doc students, I would like you to stand up right now, because there are quite a few of them in the room. Yeah? All right, a lot of them, thank you. Yeah, they're an amazing group. Yeah, Brittany, Lee, Pam, yeah. And if you ever worked on a Fuchs research project, I would like you to stand up. I think this is going to be about half of the room. Yeah, all right. Wow, this is an amazing, thank you so much. Amazing, yeah, and Paul, yes. So many people have contributed to this work, and I just actually feel honored to talk a little bit about Lynn's word problem solving. And I looked at this picture of Lynn again over on the far right-hand side today, and I was reminded of Doug's comment yesterday about Lynn and her clothing choices, and I just think that is the cutest Lynn Fuchs outfit ever. And that's exactly how I think of her. So I'm going to go back and tell a story about some pirates. So back in the early 2000s, Lynn and her research team were working on work related to word problem solving with a program called Hot Math. And I know Robin Fanelli Schumacher was working on that project, and Carol Hamlet and others. And they were looking at how students set up and solve word problems in grade 3 by problem type, but by looking at common problem types that were represented on standardized assessments. But then Lynn received some funding with Doug and others to more formalize those problem types to reflect what is known in the literature around the word problem schemas. So when students are thinking about addition and subtraction, how do they interpret addition and subtraction? Well, it's putting together, it's comparing, and then it's increasing or decreasing by adding on. So I was working with Pamela Seathaler at the time. This is a picture of us, Pamela, from 2006. I realized you look exactly the same. My hair is about a foot longer now. But Lynn asked us to work collaboratively with her to put together an intervention related to these word problem schemas at third grade. So we spent tons of time in Lynn's office, first even thinking about like what are the schemas, right? It's hard to teach adults the schemas if they're not familiar with them. And Pamela was always much more adept at this than I was. But we started putting together these ideas that we could help students set up and solve word problems by these schemas, use equations to represent the schemas to then hopefully be an easier pathway to problem solving for students. And as we talked about using an equation to set up these word problems, we had this whole idea of using a variable to represent the unknown information. That variable just commonly got marked off as X. And if you're ever talking about X, who likes X? Pirates, right? They're finding that treasure on a treasure map. And so pirate math was born. And so some early versions of this program, Pamela and I, and with Lynn, wrote all of these lesson guides. In the fall, I was here talking about how Lynn edited every single word of every lesson guide we ever wrote for her. Many of you know this. And I remember one time we were writing these lesson pirate math scripts, and on page 342, I wrote in the text, Lynn, are you still reading this? And she wrote a little arrow over to the side in her little cute cursive writing. She said, yes, Sarah, I'm still reading this. But we worked on developing this attack strategy called RUN and did just a lot of work on the schemas. And so using these equations to represent these different word problems. And this was our early version of pirate math. And that first study came out in 2008, and then some subsequent randomized control trials that I had the opportunity to lead alongside Pamela came out around 2010, 2011. But it was in this time that Lynn did, I think, one of the most absolutely impactful things in my career was that I was about to do my dissertation, and I had taken a class with BRJ, Bethany Riddle Johnson here, and Bethany just talked a lot about the equal sign. And in pirate math, we were having students set up and solve these equations where they might write 26 plus x equals 72. And I was thinking, based on Bethany's class, and I took this idea to Lynn, and I was so nervous because I was like Kristen, you were always so nervous to take stuff to Lynn, even though she was so supportive. I said, I have this idea that maybe in pirate math, we need to talk about the equal sign with students, because if their equation solving improves, then maybe their word problem solving improves. And Lynn was like, well, all dissertations don't lead to significant effects, but I think it's worthy of investigation. And so she did this thing that I'll share a little bit here today, where we were able to recruit some additional students for my dissertation project and actually investigate that. And it actually did show that understanding the equal sign was an important part of your word problem solving. And then Lynn and Doug and others received funding to move a lot of this work to grade 2. And so this is where Robin comes into play, and Rebecca Zumed Edmonds, the picture's a little dark, you can see her there, and Pamela and I. And all of us worked with Lynn very collaboratively on taking pirate math from 3rd grade to 2nd grade. But 2 versions of pirate math at this point, pirate math whole class, and then also a pirate math small group. So really a tier 1 and tier 2 program working in tandem. And this, I see, was an early effort at alignment across tiers in math, well before a lot of people were actually talking about how important alignment was. And so we continued this work, and Lynn and her colleagues, Katie and Pamela, have taken this work in pirate math all the way down to 1st grade. But I'm going to now talk about some of the work that I've been doing with word problem solving based on Lynn's research, and now my students are doing that as well. So we are going to move from pirates to quests. So the whole idea around this understanding the equal sign within word problem solving helped me develop this part of pirate math called Equation Quest. And so now we call this Pirate Math Equation Quest. And I tried 3 times to get this funded, and it was funded by IES on the 3rd time with a lot of effort and help from not only Lynn, but also Marcia. And so at 3rd grade, from 2015 to 2020, we were investigating really how important it is that students understand the equal sign and equation solve as part of their word problem solving process. This is one of our tutoring teams for one of these years. That's Kate Berry, who helps me lead so much of this work in the Austin, Texas area. And so we took the original Pirate Math program, and then we compared that to Pirate Math Equation Quest. And so many of the things that we started here at Vanderbilt continued to be done in our schools in the Austin, Texas area, but then we really focused on this Equation Quest aspect over here for Pirate Math Equation Quest. So we talked a lot about what the equal sign means. The equal sign means a balance between 2 sides of the equation, and we help these students just do a lot of practice when they are solving equations with a missing variable. And so we were really interested in whether pirate math not only led to improved word problem outcomes, but whether there was this sequential mediation model that could be modeled. So we were interested in whether students' equal sign knowledge would influence their equation solving, and if that in turn would improve their word problem outcomes. And so in both of the pirate math conditions, we did a lot of the same work that started here at Vanderbilt. We talked a lot about these common word problem schemas, such as total problems, where parts are put together for a total, difference problems, where amounts are compared, and change problems, where amounts increase or decrease. You'll notice on each of these cards, there's an equation, a schema equation, that represents the schema of the word problems. And so this goes back to, well, do students understand that equal sign as balance in not only these schema equations, but in any numerical equations they would construct as well. Here's one of our tutors doing work with some of our students in Austin on the pirate math equation quest activities, lots of stuff with manipulatives, lots of talk about the equal sign. And what we saw, maybe not surprisingly, is that both of the pirate math interventions were very efficacious in terms of post-test outcomes on word problems for students. But importantly, in this study, we did see that this sequential mediation model actually did impact word problem solving. So students in Pirate Math Equation Quest, and only Pirate Math Equation Quest, they did demonstrate improved equal sign knowledge, which in turn improved equation solving, and then that in turn improved word problem outcomes. It's a slight impact, but it is there. So both of the Pirate Math programs are certainly efficacious, but we did see the effect of Pirate Math Equation Quest. And just as with all of the people that stood up earlier, there's a tremendously large team that is able to do this work, and I always thank them. And I also thank the Institute of Education Sciences who funded this work. And so we took a lot of those ideas from third grade, and then we now moved it to fourth grade. And here it gets a little bit more complicated because in fourth grade, we start to think about multi-step word problems. This was the first research team of 3 that contributed very greatly to this work. I think you can probably guess by the picture what year we were in schools because everyone's masked up here. But a lot of the things we did in Pirate Math were helping students set up and solve single-step word problems. So they might use an equation like this to represent this structure. But what happens when students are presented with multi-step word problems? Well, this is a multi-step word problem where I have to put about a bunch of amounts together, and then I have a change in the amount of money that I spent. So I could use 2 equations to represent this word problem. But what if I used 1? And so Lynn and I spent a lot of time on the phone talking about what this might look like if we were to ask students in grade 4 who have math difficulty to set up and solve a singular equation such as the one that you see here. And so in this investigation of Pirate Math, we took pretty much all of the components of Pirate Math Equation Quest, but now we had 2 different interventions running against each other. And Lynn just loved to do these multiple interventions competing against each other to see which, if any, led to improved outcomes. And so here we tested Pirate Math Equation Quest where students would use 1 equation to represent the totality of a word problem, versus Pirate Math Equation Quest, where students would use multiple equations in steps to represent the different steps or the different schemas. At this point, we started to transition to a different attack strategy to account for that multi-step nature of word problems. So here we're using UPS check squared. And then we also introduced a new schema because that's really important in grade 4. That's the equal group schema. But again, keeping so many things consistent of things that were actually developed 10, 15 years prior. Students who worked with 1 equation, they worked a lot with thinking about how to learn to set up and solve these equations, especially the order of the operations. Again, these are 4th graders who are scoring below the 25th percentile, and they are actually doing, I would say, almost middle school-like algebraic work. And they did a lot of word problem solving, and we talked to them about common combinations of word problems. So I remember having conversations with Lynn. It's like, we've surveyed all these word problems, and which one of these do you think are going to be the most impactful for students? And so even though she was not a co-PI on this grant, she was always a partner in the back and someone I could call and talk to and run all of these ideas by her. But you can see, you cannot see, I'm sorry, it's so dark, wow. But students are starting to use a singular schema schema equation to represent these multi-step word problems. And we compared that to students who used multiple equations. So these students would be like, oh, it's a total problem and an equal groups problem. And they would basically solve the total part and then the equal groups part. And so we were really contrasting what this looked like for students. And so we actually are doing the data analysis as we speak on this project, but I do have some raw scores to share. And between both of the Pirate Math programs, we see comparable word problem gains, definitely compared to the BAU. The students who used one equation have a slight but not significant gain over the students who use multiple equations. So I'm really excited about the multi-level models that are going to come and hopefully answer that question as to which one is better, or are they both efficacious? And just as before, there's been a very large team that has been conducting this work. And again, very helpful, very thankful to the Institute of Education Sciences who did this funding. So that's all of my parts of thinking about quests. And so now I would like to turn our story to some voyages. And so I learned from what I would consider the best as to how to mentor doc students and how to build in dissertation projects into your existing larger studies. And so I'm going to share 3 of these. The first, which was conducted by Danielle Lariviere. She is starting as an assistant professor at Florida International in the fall. And she took Pirate Math Equation Quest and incorporated an aspect of math vocabulary into it, and that is called Vocabulary Voyage. And that is our tutoring team on the year in which we did this work. And so she kept a lot of the things very consistent that have been emerging from Pirate Math Equation Quest. Captain Cards is a fluency warm-up. Buccaneer Problems is where you learn about all those schemas. Ship-shape sorting is where you do a schema sort. We were doing that in 2008. We're still doing it now because it is important. But then she adapted 2 aspects of this intervention, Vocabulary Voyage and then the review, Jolly Roger Review. Very pirate themed still. So Danielle was really interested, and we had so many conversations about, well, how important it is that students understand the vocabulary terms that are within these word problems. And this is not a keyword strategy here, but this is helping students deepen their vocabulary knowledge, so that helps them understand the word problems better. So she designed a lot of different activities for students to explore the definitions and meanings of these terms. Played different games with students, like memory matching games. They played a heads-up game for math vocabulary. And then every day at the end, not only did they have a Jolly Roger review that reviewed a word problem, but they also had a Jolly Roger review where they reviewed math vocabulary. And so what Danielle and our team learned is that with this Pirate Math Equation Quest, with the Vocabulary Voyage, on vocabulary outcomes, we significantly improved over students in the BAU, and we also saw outcomes that were really important for word problem solving. And this year of the study, we did not have that nice second active intervention condition to test Pirate Math Equation Quest with and without Vocabulary Voyage. And so that is an activity that actually Danielle is going to start undertaking next fall. So what we see from this is that it's really important to focus on math vocabulary. It does improve vocabulary outcomes, but future research really needs to investigate whether that vocabulary voyage component of Pirate Math Equation Quest is an absolute necessity within the intervention. But we move from voyages to beyond. So there's 2 other studies I'd like to share with you that still have at their heart that pirate math that was developed back in the early 2000s. And so this is a study that I'll share with you from Tessa Arsenault, who's one of my former students and now an assistant professor at the University of Texas, El Paso. And this is all about deck logs. And there's our tutoring team that helped on the project this year. So just as before, we kept a lot of components of Pirate Math Equation Quest the same, but deck logs is all about math writing. So we've got a little bit more writing here today, Kristen. And here we were really interested in whether we could use math writing to deepen students' schema knowledge. And so Tessa and I and colleagues developed this whole side intervention here around math writing. And the students were writing about, well, why were these problems a total problem, a difference problem, and a change problem? And it's really hard to see there, but one of these students says, I know this is a change problem, and I know this because there are children at the park, and then the number of children increases. So right there, we're seeing that they have a really good conceptual idea of what's going on in the word problem, and the idea was, well, does that help with their math writing, and does that help with their word problem solving? And so Tessa learned that Bi-Write Math Equation Quest with the deck logs leads to some substantial gains in students' mathematical writing, and we also see that it was also led to substantial gains in word problem solving, but this year we did have a comparison condition that did not do deck logs, and both conditions pretty much performed comparably on word problem solving. So I think that Tessa is really interested in looking into the future to see how much math writing intervention do students need before it actually leads to an improvement over regular Bi-Write Math Equation Quest on their word problem solving. And then there's one other study that I would like you to share that just got wrapped up, and this one is about poly-problem posing. We like to name everything, and very piratey, as you can tell. And this was led by Allison Hardy, who is graduating in May from UT Austin and is going to start as an assistant professor at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville in the fall. And that's our tutoring team that conducted this work. And her big thing that she brought to Bi-Write Math Equation Quest was a focus on problem posing, which is posing your own word problems, and whether that is impactful for understanding word problems and improving word problem performance. So in poly problem posing, first, for students to write their own word problems, they have to know a lot about topics and categories. And so students use these different category and topic cards where it's like, oh, if you run a word problem about bugs, maybe it's about beetles or butterflies or ladybugs or spiders. And then students comprised their own word problems here. So they would first think about the schema of the word problem, think about the topic and the categories, and then they would write word problems like these. You can't see it. I'll read the one on the left-hand side. It says there are 14 ogres and 38 fairies. How many fairies and ogres are there in all? So you can see here again, we're getting into that conceptual heart of these word problems and really helping students understand, well, that's a total problem, and how would you write your own total problem? And so students in poly problem posing, they outperformed students in Bi-Write Math Equation Quest alone and the BAU on lots of different measures of problem posing. And then we see a gain on word problem solving for poly problem posing, that's hard to say, against the BAU. But here we also see that poly problem posing, PMEQ with and without poly problem posing, they're performing comparably on those word problem outcomes. So I think the question is that an integral part of word problem intervention? And that is yet to be determined. So hopefully Allie and her future colleagues will be investigating that work. And so as I think about the work that was done down the hill from here and started by Lynn and some of us in the room, and then we've moved to quests, and we've moved to voyages, and we've moved to math writing, and we've moved to problem posing. And you know, the thing about this is that the research does continue. And I think that what I think about in this room today, and I wrote it down, but you know, the research continues not only with my generation of researchers, but the next generation of researchers. And they are all influenced by Lynn, and I think that I would hypothesize that their students are also going to be able to continue to do that research that's really influenced by Lynn and so many others. And so for that I can only imagine that teachers and parents and kids will continue to be influenced by Lynn for decades to come. So thank you very much. And I'll turn it back to Marcia.
You're a woman who is true to her word in terms of your time. All right, everyone, thank you so much to the speakers this morning. We will move to lunch now. Joe, you said to go out these doors and come back in these ones. Yeah, it is 11:37. Oh, we're doing well. And I'll sort of give you a 5-minute warning when we're ready to start again. One more talk, and then a panel discussion, and then closing remarks. Enjoy your lunch.
21 minutes, Marcia. Well, I timed it, yeah.
That's, and then that's another thing.
Oh, yes. I know. Well, you know, and it's like I do so many of the same thing. I don't have to practice it, but like on the ones that I like new on, I know I have to. Yeah. Yeah. So, awesome. Thank you. Lovely. Yeah. Hi. I know. Isn't that fun? Okay. So, yes. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. I'll turn it back up.
So satisfying when course leads to like research. But I actually would love to ask you more about your voyages.
Yeah.
They were so fun.
I was going to tell you, I have to teach my class, so I'm
No, I've got it.
absconded.
As long as somebody doesn't want a laser pointer, they're good. Same here.
Excuse me for 1 second. Janet just let me know that by the end of lunch, they're going to clear out the carafes with the coffee on this back table. So if you want to grab a cup of coffee to hang on to, you should do so quickly before they move them all away.
We're going to start back up in a little less than 10 minutes, so if you want to get organized. If everyone could take their seats and we will get started.
Good, okay. Okay, well, welcome everyone. My name is Daniel Spinas. I am the assistant professor at George Mason University. It's an honor to be here and to present to all of you. I think as Sarah said, I was Lynn's last doctoral student. And so Pam, it's nice to have had you here as one of the first. So the title of the talk is Lynn's Most Recent Innovation in Intervention Science, Improving the Effectiveness and Efficiency of Interventions for Children with Co-occurring Math and Reading Difficulties. So this study was led by Lynn, Doug, Sonia Sturba, Marcia Barnes, Caitlin Craddock, and Carol Hammett. I kind of parachuted in at the end in presenting these results. I know Lynn would want to say special thanks to the many students who participated, their teachers, the Army of Research Assistants who make this possible, and the funding that was provided by the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. So Paul already kind of set up a lot of this about co-occurring math and reading learning difficulties, but this is a population of population of children with learning difficulties or disabilities is heterogeneous. And rather than arising from single determinants, math and reading LDs are probabilistically caused by the combined effects of multiple neuropsychological factors. So Paul talked about what some of those are. And math and reading LDs can occur independently. However, often they co-occur, and this is likely due to shared genetic, neural, and cognitive mechanisms. In terms of the functional impact, compared to individuals with LDs isolated to math or reading, those with co-occurring math and reading difficulties experience more pronounced difficulties in reading and math. They exhibit a broader and more pronounced profile of domain general difficulties, such as working memory, processing speed, so Paul talked about this. They achieve less growth in reading and math over time, and they were more likely to maintain their LD status in both domains. So at time one, if you have a co-occurring math and reading difficulty, it's more likely that later on when we check in on you that you're going to maintain that status versus children who have LD in just one domain. And the focus of this work is that they are less responsive to math and reading interventions. And we know that primarily because of the work that Lynn and Doug and others did at Vanderbilt over the years. And we did a review, Lynn and I, last year on the intervention literature in the LD, or comorbid space for RD and MD, and Lynn really owned that space. It was only her studies. She's the only one that had really done work in that area, although many of us, including many people in this room, are interested in this co-occurrence. This grant was premised around this overlap between math and reading, and this question if there's promise in coordinated treatments. And Lynn looked at coordinating many variants of treatments, but in this case was interested in combining reading and math. And reading and math skills draw upon shared cognitive processes, which Paul talked about, particularly at the early grades, learning how to decode and learning calculations. They draw upon a lot of shared processes. A lot of it is learning sound symbol correspondences, forming strong memory traces, and be able to efficiently pull those out of your memory when you need to use them. There's mixed evidence of reciprocal effects of math and reading across development. Depending on the study that you look at, the population, the language, et cetera, sometimes you see that they are predictive of each other. Other times they're not. Sometimes one is predictive of the other. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. A few treatment studies have examined cross-domain transfer between reading and math. These have focused primarily, though, on children without disabilities. And what we're finding from this burgeoning literature is that sometimes you do get improvements in the cross-domain. So if you have a reading intervention, sometimes you do get improvements in math simply from teaching reading. But again, that's with non-disabled populations. Lynn recently found in a study published in 2024 with second grade students, and Doug and Pam were on that study, that children with co-occurring word problem solving difficulties and reading comprehension solving difficulties, that there was cross-domain transfer if you taught toward it. And Marcia talked about specifically teaching to transfer. So that was really promising. And in this study, the question was, can you get cross-domain transfer with calculations and word-level reading? And we might be able to do that by developing treatments that target those shared mechanisms to develop more effective and efficient math and reading interventions for children with co-occurring difficulties in those areas. And Lynn really appreciated the need to develop interventions that are effective for this population, but also interventions that are efficient. And I think as many of you who have taught can recognize there's not much time in the day to provide intervention in one domain, much less interventions in two domains. And I was reflecting the other day that when I was teaching first grade, second grade special education, I had 9 groups I had to meet with each day, and I went through 17 schedules over the course of 1 year. And it was really challenging to find time to provide instruction in both areas. And so I figured it must be better now, but one of my students recently told me in the math methods course that I teach that they don't provide math intervention in their district, which is going to give me a heart attack. But there is a great need to find efficient ways to provide this type of support. So the study overview, this was focused on first grade students with co-occurring math and read and learn disabilities. And I'm going to go over how that population was identified. And there were 4 conditions. So calculations only treatment, a word reading only treatment, and then a coordinated treatment that combined word reading and calculations instruction. And then finally, business as usual control. And the study aims were to test the coordinated treatment short-term effects on students' math and reading outcomes, assess whether improved math skills mediated the coordinated treatment's effects on reading outcomes, and whether those improved reading outcomes mediated the coordinated treatment's effects on math outcomes, which I'll unpack this. And then assess whether improvement in targeted cognitive processes mediated the coordinated treatment's effects on math and reading outcomes in similar ways, and finally to assess whether associated cognitive processes moderated the coordinated treatment's effects on math and reading in similar ways. So the first research question was focused on direct effects, and specifically on superiority of the coordinated treatment over a business as usual condition. And so the first question was just that. So does coordinated treatment produce stronger math outcomes than business as usual? And the hypothesis is that it would. And then the research question 1.2a was, does coordinated treatment produce stronger reading outcomes than business as usual? And the hypothesis, again, was that coordinated treatment would outperform business as usual on reading outcomes. There was another set of questions, and this was focused on equivalence. So here, the questions were, are math outcomes comparable for coordinated treatment and calculations, and for coordinated treatment and word reading treatment? And the hypotheses were that the coordinated treatment would be comparable to the calculations only and to the word reading only treatments. And to test this, there was a pre-specified tolerable region of plus or minus 0.25 standard deviations. Okay, the second question was focused on indirect or mediator effects. And so question 2.1 was, does reading improvement mediate coordinated treatment's effects on math outcomes? And the hypothesis here was that reading improvement would partially mediate the effects of coordinated treatment on math outcomes. And then research question 2.2 was, does math improvement mediate coordinated treatment's effects on reading outcomes? So here we're looking at cross-domain mediation. And the hypothesis for this was that math improvement would partially mediate the effects of the coordinated treatment on reading outcomes. Lynn was also interested in looking at whether cognitive processes would mediate the coordinated treatment's effects on math and reading outcomes in similar ways. And here she was interested in learning engagement, which included measures of grit and effort and motivation, and then also phonological processing. And behavioral attention was also in learning engagement, and then phonological processing. And here the hypothesis is that improvement in learning engagement and improvement in phonological processing would each partially mediate the effect of the coordinated treatment on the math and reading outcomes. Okay, and then the fourth question was focused on indirect or moderator effects. And here the question was, do pretest cognitive variables moderate effects on the coordinated treatment on math and reading outcomes in parallel ways? And the three moderator variables that Lynn was interested in were visuospatial working memory, rapid automatized naming, and paired associate learning. And the hypothesis here was that pretest cognitive variables would moderate the effects of the coordinated treatment on math and reading outcomes in a compensatory manner. So participant screening started off with over 5 years, screening 2,571 children. These were first graders again in a southeastern district. Stage one was establishing that the students had math difficulties with the first grade test of mathematics. The second stage, teachers were able to identify students who had a disability other than the learning disability or insufficient English to participate in the study. And then the final stage was to establish a word reading difficulty using the word identification fluency and average or above average intelligence on the two subtests of the Wechsler. And so this yielded 337 students who were randomized to those four conditions. So the business as usual, the calculations only treatment, the word reading only condition, or the coordinated treatment. And after attrition, we ended up with 292 students over the 5 years. So participant demographics, again, we had 292 first grade students who were nested in 193 classes in 26 schools. The average age was 6.54 years. It was 57% female, 35% African American, 1% Asian, 58% white, 5% two or more, 38% Hispanic, 7.19% received special education services, and there were no significant differences across these and other sociodemographic characteristics between the conditions at pretest. So for measures, there were 4 measures of math. There were 3 that were focused on calculations and 1 focused on word and problem solving. And so arithmetic calculations and fluency, double-digit calculations, and the WJ calculations were the 3 measures of calculations. These were measured at pre- and post-test and served as outcome measures for that first research question and as mediators for that second set of research questions. They also measured the story problems using a research-developed measure, and that was also measured at pretest and post-test. For reading, there were 4 measures, 3 of word-level reading and 1 of reading comprehension. They used the word identification fluency, the Tower sight word efficiency, and the WJ letter word ID. And so these were measured at pretest and post-test, and then the read and comprehension measure was a researcher-developed measure where students read books and answered questions about them, and this was measured only at post-test. Okay, cognitive processing. For learning engagement, the measures were grit, so we used the short grit scale, the rating scale of effort and motivation, the SWAN for behavioral attention, and then the C-top lesion and sound matching for phonological processing, the WMTBC, maze memory for visuospatial working memory, the Denkla and Rudel measure for rapid automatized naming, and the WIT task, right? LIT task for paired associate learning. So treatment conditions. So again, there were 3 active treatment conditions in addition to a business as usual control condition. So the first one was the calculations only, or Galaxy Math, and this focused on number knowledge and counting strategies to build calculation accuracy and fluency. The second was the word reading only intervention, and this was Galaxy reading, and this focused on letter sound associations, decoding, sight words, and contextualized reading. And then the coordinated treatment, or Galaxy Star, and this addressed all the objectives in the calculations only and the word reading treatment with the same activities. Consistent across the treatments were dosage, so in all three of the active treatment conditions, 45 30-minute lessons were provided to students one-to-one, and these were delivered 3 times a week for 15 weeks. Tutors received the same training in the conditions. They met weekly with these were research tutors, but they met weekly with the project coordinator to receive feedback on the tutoring. And each had 5 to 6 students in 1 to 2 schools. All three of the conditions used explicit instruction or systematic instruction, if that's what you prefer, scripted lessons, worksheets, posters, flashcards, and if you're familiar with Lynn's work, it's later iterations of some of the previous interventions that she had developed over the years. And activities aimed at building engagement, perseverance, and fluency. And fluency was really a big focus of this, as you'll see. So the coordinated treatment, or Galaxy Math, which I used a version of this when I was a teacher, had 3 segments. So the first was 5 minutes dedicated to an activity called Meet or Beat Your Score. So students went through 2 1-minute rounds with basic facts flashcards. So they would answer as many flashcards as they could within the first minute, and then they'd have a chance to beat their score. And every time they would graph their performance. And that was consistent across all 45 of the lessons. Then the second segment was kind of the instructional segment. And so for Galaxy Math, it included numbers, so lessons 1 through 45, focus on counting from 1 to 9, the number line, reading and writing numbers. It also focused on number sets and families. This started in lesson 4 and went through 36. And so double sets, number combinations, number families, practice cards sent home at the end of each set for students to practice with their families. Students also learned counting strategies for 0 and 1 with pictures and number lines. There were posters, what do I ask? New problems were introduced, so they had 2 minutes to complete problems using that counting strategy that had been taught, and then story problems to introduce a new story problem. Every lesson ended with a bingo activity, so lessons 1 to 3 was focused on handwriting, so writing numbers, and then 4 through 45 focused on basic facts, and these were not the same basic facts that were addressed in Meet or Beat Your Score. And then it concluded with a brief lesson wrap-up, in which behavior-specific praise was provided, and points were added up, and prizes were awarded if students had earned a prize by that point. Galaxy Reading also had 3 segments. So the first was Meet or Beat Your Score, same format, however this was with word flashcards. Then in the lesson, it began with letters. So this went from lessons 1 through 45. Students learned sounds of the weeks, and correction procedures. They also learned decoding strategies, so there's a specific procedure that they learned to tap out the sounds, sound it out, say it fast, does it make sense, and correction procedures to apply to those words in a very systematic way. New sight words were introduced in each lesson. There were cloud words that corresponded with the stories that students read in lessons as well. And then 2 segments, one focused on making meaning at the sentence level and then making meaning at the story level. And that followed an echo reading and independent reading. And then the lesson ended with a bingo activity similar to as in Galaxy Math. And a lesson wrap-up with the same behavior-specific praise and points. This is what they look like side by side, so you see that they're meant to parallel each other very closely. And then the coordinated treatment, as I said, addressed all the same content and similar activities. Lessons 1 through 9, 20 minutes were dedicated to math and 10 minutes to reading, and lessons 10 through 45, 10 minutes were dedicated to math and 20 minutes dedicated to reading. This shifted a little bit over the life of the project. Initially, It was going to jump from reading to math to reading to math each day, and that was a little complicated, I understand, from Katie. So the decision was made to change it in this way. But these were the activities that were addressed, and so they are the same as in the math-only or the reading-only conditions. So the procedures each year for 5 years, the following cycle was completed. August to September, the students were screened. Then September to October, the research team collected student demographic information and administered pretest. October through February, those 45 lessons were delivered. And March through April, teacher surveys on the treatments were collected, as well as the post-test battery was administered. So the first question, is coordinated treatment superior to business as usual for math outcomes? And the hypothesis, again, was that it would outperform business as usual. And it did. So on each of these outcomes, there was evidence of superiority, and we see nice, healthy effect sizes, which was very typical of Lynn, particularly in math. And then the same question was asked for reading. So did the coordinated treatment outperform business as usual on those 4 reading measures? And as typical, the effect sizes are a little smaller for reading, but still, I think they're all significant. And I think what's really promising is that we are seeing effects on comprehension, even though that was really not a big emphasis of the program, but we're seeing some transfer to that, as well as with story problems. That wasn't a big emphasis, but we're seeing an effect size of 0.85 on that, which is really promising. So the second questions were, is coordinated treatment equivalent to calculations-only treatment on math outcomes? And so here we're looking for evidence of efficiency. So we are providing less math instruction, but can we still get similar effects to providing that full 30 minutes, dedicating that full 30 minutes to math? And here we don't find evidence, unfortunately, of equivalence. And to establish equivalence, again, we had that pre-specified tolerable region of 0.25 standard deviations, which is pulled from What Works Clearinghouse. So even though we see some large effects and some significant effects, the confidence interval for those effects fell outside of that tolerable region in each of these cases on math outcomes. That's the case also for reading outcomes. So is the coordinated treatment equivalent to reading on the reading outcomes? And unfortunately, it was not. The confidence intervals, the effect sizes, particularly for word identification fluency and letter word ID, I think are moderate, but the confidence interval falls out of that tolerable region. So we're not considering the 2 conditions equivalent for that reason. Okay. The next question was, does math improvement mediate the coordinated treatment's effects on reading outcomes? And the hypothesis, again, was that improvement in math would partially mediate the effects of the coordinated treatment on the reading outcomes. And there was mixed support for this hypothesis. So improvement in double digits calculation fluency did significantly mediate the effects of coordinated treatment on the Tower sight word reading efficiency. Similarly, the arithmetic combinations fluency significantly mediated the effect of the coordinated treatment on the WJ letter word ID. And finally, improvement on the WJ calculation significantly mediated the effects of the coordinated treatment on the WJ letter word ID. So we're seeing some cross-domain transfer, not on all of the measures and on all the outcomes from the coordinated treatment. And then does reading improvement mediate the coordinated treatment's effects on math outcomes? And the hypothesis here was that improvement in reading would partially mediate the effects of the coordinated treatment's effects on math outcomes. And there was mixed support again for this hypothesis. So the WJ letter word identification did significantly mediate the effect of the coordinated treatment on double digits calculation fluency and WJ calculations. And WIF, or word identification fluency, significantly mediated the effect of the coordinated treatment on the WJ calculations, but we didn't find significant mediation for the other reading measures and on the other math outcomes. Okay, and then the next question was, does improvement in targeted cognitive processes mediate the coordinated treatment's effects on math and reading outcomes in similar way? And here what the hypothesis was that improvement in learning engagement, that was grit, effort, motivation, and behavioral attention, and improvement in phonological processing would partially mediate the effects of coordinated treatment on math and on reading outcomes, and this hypothesis was not supported. And the final question was, do pretest cognitive variables moderate the effect of the coordinated treatment on math and reading outcomes in parallel ways? And here the hypothesis was that pretest cognitive variables, specifically visual spatial working memory, rapid automatized naming, and paired associate learning, would moderate the effects of coordinated treatment on math and reading outcomes in a compensatory manner. And this was generally not supported. However, pretest visuospatial working memory did moderate the effects of coordinated treatment on story problems, which was the math kind of transfer measure, such that the students with the lowest visuospatial working memory at the beginning of the intervention benefited less than students with higher visuospatial working memory. And this is what the plot looks like. So conclusions. So compared to business as usual. Yeah. You ready? Okay. So conclusions. So compared to business as usual, coordinated treatment provides an effective approach for improving math and reading performance for children with co-occurring math and reading difficulties, I'd say. However, it's not a more efficient program than reading only or math only and improving math and reading outcomes. Some of the effects of the coordinated treatment on math and reading outcomes are mediated by improvement in reading and math respectively. However, they're not mediated by domain general processes. And effects on coordinated treatment on math story problems, that transfer measure, is moderated by visual spatial working memory, but not by other domain general processes. And that's all. Any questions? If you have any really technical stats questions, Marcia said that she's happy to answer them, but do you have a question, Pam? Okay. All right. Thank you.
So thank you, Daniel. I think you could see from that presentation Lynn's thoughts about how she designed this RCT. So thanks. We're now going to have a panel mediated by Joe Webby, featuring Renee Bradley and Joe McLaughlin.
I really feel like I want to start singing right now, but I'll spare the...
Oh, let's encourage them.
Yes, no. So we've talked this last 2 days a lot about Lynn's influence on her doctoral students, her colleagues, both at Vanderbilt and across the field. And this panel is really designed to describe her influence on a bigger scale, in my opinion, sort of the work and the contributions that she made to this field of education through the Department of Education since she started. And so we've got two of my favorite people here representing Joe McLaughlin, who's be the director of the National Center for Special Education Research, and Renee Bradley, who was a longtime OSEP person and now is at the Office of Special Education, Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, thank you. And we're just going to talk a little bit about her work and her influence with Doug on policies and approaches in education. And I would argue that some of the things that we do today as researchers, as teacher trainers, can be directly tied to the influence that she had on these departments. So I'm going to ask them some questions separately, and I'm going to ask them some questions collectively, and they're going to give us some responses. So Joan, the first question is for you.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, I think I'm ready. This is
Okay.
working. Okay.
So can you talk a little bit about the early days of NICSR and the role that Lynn played in supporting the center's mission as it became the primary funder of special education research?
I will try. First of all, I want to thank everybody for staying and for being so alert at this time. I also know that we just had lunch, and so I don't think Renee or I would mind if anyone needs to stand up or stretch or whatever to keep going. I have a couple of things I want to say before I get into Joe's question. One is, federal employee, you got to say this at the beginning. My comments today are based on my own impressions. I left my role in NICSR at the end of 2022, and what I say today is not as an IES or a Department of Education official. And the other thing I want to say is that I felt really weird throughout thinking through some of these issues without continually thinking about Doug. And so I'll talk about Lynn here, but of course, Doug has always been an essential partner in this work. All right, and I kind of fed Joe this question about the context for Lynn's work for NICSR, because when NICSR started up, we were in a very tentative position, and Lynn's work was instrumental in helping us get started. So as a quick reminder for some of you who were there from the beginning, and those of you who are rising up through the ranks, the Institute of Education Sciences was started through a congressional mandate in 2002. That's when the legislation was passed. And the National Center for Special Education Research was authorized, put into IES through the reauthorization of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and that wasn't until the end of 2004. And so we, and I'm going to say we, even though I'm not a part of it anymore, because it's in my very being to be a part of NICSR. So NICSR came to IES, the IES party, fairly late. And so it was a daunting task because we had to catch up. And we had to do things like develop the calls for applications that would bring in high quality research. We needed to establish ourselves as the place to do special education research. And we needed to provide the technical assistance to support the development of the kind of research that's needed to get through the IES peer review panels, but also research that could be implemented well in the schools and other education settings. So as one might expect, it was a process that needed to take time. And I came to the Institute in the beginning of 2009. Everybody thought there was going to be a hiring freeze when Obama came into office, so they processed my paperwork pretty quickly. And we were making progress on all of those fronts. However, shortly after that, and hopefully not associated with me coming to IES, our budget was substantially cut. What happened was NICSR was singled out as the center to get substantial cuts. And then at the same time, there was an across-the-board government-wide sequestration, which means every agency got their budget cuts. So the end result was about a 25% drop in our budget. And so it was very deflating for all of us, but we still had to continue to do the work and to prove ourselves as an entity that could do high-quality work that was important. So this is the backdrop of what Lynn did, and I'd like to talk about a couple of the areas in which I thought that she contributed. So in the application peer review panel front, you all know, and Renee and I have talked about the fact that we could just get up here and say, yeah, everything that they've said the last couple of days, because everybody has mentioned a lot of the work a lot of the kinds of things we want to talk about. So she submitted thoughtful and innovative applications that were highly rated and importantly were exemplars for other people to know that, yes, we can get through these applications through IES, and this is how to do it. And I think Paul talked about Lynn sharing her application. And those are the kinds of exemplars that we didn't have at the beginning that we really needed. So she was important for us for that reason. She also served as a peer reviewer often, and I didn't realize until I went through how often she was a peer reviewer, especially at the beginning. She would do it on a fairly frequent basis. And she also served as a panel chair for some of these peer review meetings. And, you all talked about what a thoughtful and considerate person she was in giving feedback. And I think her leadership in the peer review panels was important in giving folks the kind of feedback that we needed so that they could resubmit and not be totally deflated that they didn't make it the first time. She was called on numerous times to help NICSR develop new programs. We often had technical working groups and to bring in experts to say, okay, we want to do X. How should we go about doing that? What are the things that you recommend? And Lynn was always very helpful for us thinking about new competitions or targeted funding. And some of this was in the formal technical working group, but she was also very helpful to me as a commissioner, always asking, questions of how she could help and answering my questions. And also my predecessors, I know she was in touch with as well. She also provided strong leadership in the field. Her research designs were exemplary, and her implementation was thoughtful and creative and motivated. And the things that were talked about here are exactly why she should be doing the research all along. The training that went into having people go out and collect data and all of that was just exactly what the field needed. And the other thing that we had, on our backs in NICSR was we have to get things into the What Works Clearinghouse. These other folks in the other centers have been, able to put things in, and we were just starting, and we needed to get work in there and up there so that when people came to look for things for kids with disabilities and what works, there'd be something there. And of course, Lynn contributed to that, and her work was often used to justify our funding to Congress, which we had to put in every year. Her work led to publications in top journals with dissemination, including internationally. And some of the comments that came out of the memorial service that Doug shared with me, and some of the most moving ones were from people in other countries and how her work made a difference even abroad. And she never said no when we asked her to present her findings or to work with us in helping to disseminate work. And one of the things that I remember is I was a new commissioner, and we got the board for IES to focus on special education. And this was right after the budget cuts, and we really needed their support. And we were desperate to get our names and our work in there. And Lynn was one of the folks that presented on that day and, like really hit the mark. And afterwards, one of the veterans on the board said, "This is the center that they cut funds on?" Because the work was so compelling. Okay, I promise I will give Renee a chance to talk. She also worked to translate research to practice, and certainly Renee will talk about that. But I also wanted to talk about her work on the practice guides, and particularly the one on math. I don't have access to data anymore at IES, but looking back, I know that even just a year or so after that the practice guide for math was put out, it had been viewed like over 60,000 times and downloaded 10,000 times, and that was when it was fairly new, so I know that that has continued. I can't talk about her impact without talking about many of you, her students. who are represented and have done remarkable presentations on your own work. And you've all gone on to do exemplary work in strong academic institutions, conducting work that Lynn would have been very happy and proud of. And Nixer certainly was happy that this work has continued. The only other thing I'll say now is that she was generous with her support. And this goes on a very personal level. And I brought Kleenex, like it's taken an umbrella so it won't rain. I brought my Kleenex so I wouldn't cry. But she was also personally helpful in checking in on how I was doing. And, you know, all that, I shouldn't say all that. Sometimes there was a lot of craziness going on at IES, and she was always there to say, what can we do? And that was very much appreciated. The only other thing I'll say is I think when Debbie Spees left the commissioner role, I was put in as acting commissioner. And John Easton, the director of IES at the time, said, you know, you'll be associate, you know, and I asked him, do you want me to just keep the doors open or do you want me to act as commissioner? He said, oh, no, I want you to act as commissioner. But he said, I have to check it out with some people in the field before I make it formal. And I have a feeling he had a direct line to Lynn and Doug, and so I'm actually appreciative that I was in that role, in part because of their comments. Okay, thank you.
Renee, multi-tiered systems of support, RTI, PBIS, have become the model for schools to provide academic and social support across the nation. Can you talk about the influence of Lynn's work on MTSS? How is it continuing? How is it impacting schools today?
First, I need to do my really fast 30 seconds of disclaimer. I'll start by saying that it's really hard to adequately talk about Lynn's impact. And secondly, I totally feel like a fish out of water. Paul, you said that earlier, and I was counting the number of things that were stolen before I said them, but you said that earlier, and I'm not a research scientist. I am a consumer of your research. I am an advocate of your research. I am a translator of your research. I am a try to make politicals understand what research is and why it's important. So it's a privilege to share with you. My remarks will be very different from those that others have shared. I am here on my personal time as a grateful friend, mentee, and colleague of Lynn's, and nothing I say should be attributed past my own personal opinion. That said, I too have to start with, I'm gonna start with a very quick story. There's this tree in my neighborhood in the springtime. I drive in and it's this absolutely beautiful display of the world waking up and giving us hope. And I have always looked at this tree because it is this mix of like a pear tree and a tulip tree. So when it has this huge canopy over it, it's just this gorgeous, gorgeous tree. And so one time I stopped when the owner was there, and I have shade. I can't have a tree that requires sun in my yard. I'm saying, I love this tree. It gives me such hope every spring. It's just so beautiful. What kind of tree is it? And he said, come here. I walked over with him, and he said, this is actually two trees that have been braided together since they were saplings or small, small trees, and it's about 30 years old. That's how I've always thought about Lynn and Doug. To me, I can't talk about Lynn without Doug because they've always been this beautiful tree to me. So I share that story. Now I'm not gonna cry. So, MTSS, I put it in my pocket for the same reason. So, MTSS, let me talk a little bit about this one. This question is going to be the easiest of all of mine, so it will be quick and a bit more technical. So today, around 46 states have policies about MTSS. About 86% of state improvement plans contain language that includes the systematic implementation of MTSS. MTSS has become a common implementation framework for most states, districts, and schools. I'm going to take you back a little bit, and I wish John Compton was still here because I have several comments to make on his presentation yesterday, but he was scared to stay and took off early. So, in 2000, we started, 1999 or 2000, I can't remember the exact date, but we started the LD Research Center, which I remember a bit differently from Don. Part of that work, we commissioned 9 white papers. These weren't topics easily identified, authors easily identified, nor did the papers result in great consensus or any consensus for some of them after they were developed. In 2001, we had a CNN live broadcast Hill Summit on learning disabilities, the state of learning disabilities. Shortly after that summit, in I think 2002, Lynn, Doug, I think Sharon was initially involved in the conversations, Lou Danielson, a host of folks. We were like, what in the hell did we just do? And how are we going to make this work in schools? So part of that effort was to bring together about 12-ish fabulous thinkers, deep problem thinkers, for 2 days. And we met at AIR, and we had 2 topics. What is response to intervention going to look like in schools if we go forward with this idea and have to actually operationalize it and do something about it? And what's the role of progress monitoring? So really quickly, this happened on June 24th and 25th of 2002. And you might say, oh, wow, you remember that so well. I do, because I delivered my daughter 3 weeks early the day after it was finished, that evening. So that date is very clear in my mind. So me feeling nervous about the meeting was actually labor, but we persisted. So, but that meeting was so important because it really set the trajectory in my mind and historical recollection of what RTI was going to be, and then eventually what MTSS was going to be. And it was another great example of Lynn and Doug being able to conceptualize things in a way that nobody had really thought about, is this possible? They were just, it is possible, and how are we going to make it work? So, and the LD Research Center was critical in operationalizing what it was going to look like. I don't remember that center as being as easy as Don did. I remember Lynn being a beautiful referee in that center, and really focusing us on what it was supposed to look like in practice. So this is where I'm going to talk about the policy real quickly. In 2004, we reauthorized the IDA. Both the statutes and the regulations included practices such as RTI for LD identification, the importance of early screening, looking at tiered interventions, expertly delivered evidence-based practices, CBM/progress monitoring, and looking at response to intervention. So you had a federal statute reauthorized and the subsequent regulations that all included things that y'all talked about yesterday and earlier today. In 2010, we focused on expanding what we were talking about with learning disabilities to kids with disabilities in general. And then eventually it was, well, this is working so well for LD kids and kids with disabilities, we're going to do it with all kids. So this kind of trajectory of how it went. I think that in 2015, and this is where I think the Lynn's fingerprints and the Fuchs effect, as I might call it, really kind of comes out because the Elementary Secondary Education Act was reauthorized, and they included MTSS, PBIS, progress monitoring, evidence-based practices. And special ed practices had never made it to ESEA. So again, from a policy perspective, such an incredible contribution. And Lynn was always focused on how do we get the best we know to be the standard for all students. And I was so happy to hear some of the things I've been thinking about said from so many of y'all, because it wasn't just my perception. There was a lot of triangulation and, iterator reliability in this group. So she looked at how we train teachers with the advanced skills that we needed to be able to be an expert teacher or an interventionist or specialist, not just a generalist in classrooms. How do we address the needs across the different tiers? So it's not just Lynn's work, but I do think it's fair to say that her contributions with Doug and others, and mostly her behind-the-scenes dedication to figuring out the how of research to policy, the how of how do we get it from research to practice, was significant. One of my favorite memories is sliding into, restaurant booths, especially DC Chop House, and what in the hell are we gonna do? We gotta think about this, and you do this, and you do this, and those were such fond memories. Last part I'll say is in this past, 2025, December 2025, OESE, IES, and OSERS held a joint coordinated summit on MTSS at the department. And it was focused on where we've come from and what's this MTS integrated combined system going to look like going forward. And sometimes I lose a little bit of hope, especially when that tree is not blooming on my ride home, but it really gave me hope, like the last 2 days have here, about the young people and those that are picking up the baton to keep this work going. Brandy Simonson and Michael Coyne from an IES grant are really looking at that. And each of you, with the research you shared yesterday and today, is contributing small pieces to what's possible when we continue to look at MTSS and serving kids.
Great. Thank you very much, Renee. So this question is for both of y'all, and you can fight each other over who wants to answer it first. But we've talked a lot over the last 2 days about Lynn's role as a collaborator. And I think we've talked about it in terms of both an individual basis, but also among different colleagues at different universities. Can you guys speak to her role as a collaborator, not only at the individual basis, but maybe bringing different institutes and centers together to sort of solve some of these problems?
Go ahead. They need a break from me.
Okay. So Lynn's projects were often very large. She, for example, had a couple of our research and development center type projects were $10 million for 5 or 6 years. So there was money in there not only to do the research, but also to make sure that there are collaborative efforts. And these projects would include people with different expertise, like bringing folks in with a cognitive science background and bringing in not only principal investigators that could help get the grants, but also the junior faculty and the collaboration with the school districts and that kind of thing. So that was something that was kind of built into some of the work that Lynn did. And as part of these large investments, there were resources that could be used to even do further collaborations. For example, one of the projects that they had, they brought in researchers from different backgrounds and various expertise to discuss moderator analyses and intervention research, which led to a special issue of exceptional children. And I can't remember who talked about it, but I felt like after the meeting, I felt like a smarter person, because it really was like digging deep and thinking about, why are these things, these interventions working or not working? What else can we be doing, and how can we be putting them in our research projects so we learn more? She was also generous with collaboration, and when you go through her publication list, you see that many people benefited from the work, not just the principal investigators, and that was just, a real gift. Do you want to ask the second part of that question, or should we answer this part about why?
Why?
Yeah, okay. Yes, okay, why was she such a great collaborator? I have a very short answer to this. She was smart, and she had so much to offer. People would be crazy not to want to collaborate with her, right? And her ego was in the right place, and that is a continued theme of the last 2 days. She was often the smartest person in the room, but she didn't need to prove it in that room. And that made her great. And I'd like to just share a story about this collaborative nature that one of my program officers told me, my former program officers, who I won't name any names, but she did come out with a degree from Vanderbilt. When Lynn submitted applications, they would often go to the math panel. And that panel it evaluated the applications from NICSR, but also National Center for Education Research. And for those of you, probably you all know this process and can tell it to me by heart, but just if you don't know that process. So once somebody submits an application, the Office of Science takes that application, sees what it's about, and then they search for people who would be appropriate primary reviewers. And they would pick 2 or 3 people who are experts in the field to review it. And then the day of the panel meeting, there would be others on the panel, maybe 15 or sometimes even 20 people, who would ask questions they would hear about the application from the primary reviewers and ask questions, and then they would all rate the review, rate the application. So what ended up happening in these panels is that, sometimes there would be someone who might have been a co-author with an applicant, and were somehow doing a project that would have been a conflict of interest. So at the very beginning of that discussion, they have all the people that have a collaborative relationship with the applicant. They had to have them leave the room. They would go out and wait, and after the application was discussed and rated, those people could come back in. And the story goes that whenever Lynn's application would come in, most of the people in the room left because they were all collaborating with her. And it was funny, but it was true, and that they really had to struggle to find people who would review it, who would do a review without any conflict there. Okay, that's all I want to say.
I'm just going to do the why part. Why was she such a great collaborator? And I should have said this in the beginning. Joe Webby and I go back 40 years in this room. Lynn and Doug and I go back almost 30 years in this room. So it's really hard for me to kind of boil down to some of these stories, I think, that are worth sharing and trying to honor Lynn's work. In my almost 30 years of federal service, I have had lots of opportunities to meet folks all across the country, and I have not met or witnessed many people that are able to so articulately and seamlessly combine what I'm going to use, and they're bad terms, but just bear with me for today, the hard skills of the, gold standard researcher extraordinaire, and the softer skills of a collaborator, being generous with not only your knowledge, but the process of your knowledge, being able to give of your time, authentically dedicated to making learning and life better for children, curious, willing to look at possibilities beyond her comfort zone, and with people sometimes beyond her comfort zone. I think that is, it's easy to collaborate with friends, or it should be. It's not always easy, but it's easier to collaborate with friends. It's really hard to collaborate with folks that don't share some of your same vision. I cannot even try to come up with a number of times that Lynn was patient with me, with my request that might have been, how do we get Doug to focus in this meeting, to haranguing a group of charged up boys. These are researchers, not students. Both of these are funny. It's funny now. It was a little scary then for me, wet behind the ears, new project officer in DC. But she was always able to help with how to think about what we know worked with groups of kids with disabilities, and how we expand that to classrooms, to schools, and most importantly, to state and federal policy. I thought her thinking, and also Doug's thinking on why these seemingly simple practices weren't able to happen for every kid every day in every school, have been such amazing contributions on their part. Because I think it's one thing to have an evidence-based practice. I think it is a totally different conversation to have that practice implemented for every kid every day in schools. And they were effective at both of those. I also thought I'm just thinking about her continued patience with me, is looking at, not only was she patient, and I heard people talk about her kind feedback, but I would say, well, why can't we just do this? And Lynn would say, because we don't know that for sure. This is what we know. This is what we can say. And that was always such important guidance for me. It taught me much more about appreciating true evidence-based practices and how we talk about those in a fair way when we're trying to put them in the bigger context of policy and practice. She was willing to share and have conversations. She put up with my behaviorist approach to life, and more importantly, she put up with some of my behaviorist colleagues that I would say, you should really get together with so-and-so so we can talk about this in a different way. An example of her willingness to talk about different scenarios, I have been working a lot on school violence, schools recovering from school violence issues. And my last professional conversation with Lynn was very much about some of the work she's been doing. How do we help schools that have been through a horribly tragic and traumatic event, and help those kids accelerate their learning, help those teachers decide what are the most foundational skills we need to teach the quickest if we've got to not only shorten our instructional period, but also deal with the tremendous impact of trauma on learning. And she was always so very generous on that. Beyond the research that y'all have shared, I want to spend a few minutes on this. The Fuchs effect has also contributed powerfully to very important broad understandings in special education. Number one, high incidence disabilities, which is an IDA category for disabilities that exist in large numbers, does not mean that the services and supports that those children require are less intensive of an effort. For example, deaf and blind students, deaf or blind students often have a much easier time navigating special education success and school success than students with significant learning disabilities or significant behavior disorders. That should not be a controversial conversation, but it has for years. And Lynn helped with that conversation. The second one is looking at students in each of these eligibility categories, and learning disabilities was her category of focus, but it applies across the board. They vary in their intensity of needs. Every LD student is not like every other LD student. They have similar characteristics in their need for eligibility purposes, but it is unfair for us to look at every LD student in the same need and support, level of need and support. And again, it's a conversation you don't think would have controversy, but it did. And she made a difference in that conversation. And the last one I'll mention from a policy perspective is least restrictive environment. One of the key premises of IDEA, free appropriate public education is the first in the least restrictive environment. It is not synonymous with the general education classroom. And this probably, I think, has been Lynn and Doug's most powerful contribution. We have never said that, although there's been a preference for serving students in the general education classroom, I think one of their most important questions that they gave to us to think about was, do we have the evidence base of how to deliver intensive interventions to this student? And we could say yes there, because there were all the data that y'all been talking about, these intensive interventions. That's not the only question we have to ask. We also have to ask, do we have the expertise to deliver that level of intervention in the general education classroom? I would say without a cloning process of Lynn and or some of you in this room, the answer to that question is usually no. So can we do it? Yes. Can we do it in the general education classroom? Not always. So if we can't, then the least restrictive environment for that student with those intensive needs may not be the general education classroom. That's a huge policy discussion. And Lynn eloquently was able to weave through the different parties there. These were and continue to be pivotal discussions. Lynn and I didn't always fully agree on everything. I went to her for counsel, but I always knew she was a trusted person. I knew I could pick up the phone, she would call me back, and then she wouldn't say, "You would not believe what Renee Bradley asked me." She would give me trusted counsel. She always listened selfishly, she shared, and often would revisit things later on because she had thought about them more. There's a quote from T.S. Eliot that says, "Only those that risk going too far can possibly find out how far we can go." And I think that's so on target for what she did, because it was never enough just to go there. And y'all said this over and over in the last 2 days. She always said, well, what's next? Or how do we move this forward? Or what do we do with this going forward?
So getting close to time here. So Joan, is there some specific research projects or any of her projects you want to particularly call out as being part of her legacy?
I would love to.
Okay. It's almost like you know these questions.
He didn't want us up here blubbering mess the whole afternoon.
Yeah. So the issues that Lynn took on her research, as you can tell from Renee's conversation, they're some of the most important in special education: tiered intervention, math, reading, comorbid disabilities. All of those things, yes, they are important, but also from the NICSA perspective, what was important was what she did to move the research field forward. And I'd like to just cover a few of those. She did measurement work. Researchers were very reluctant to take on measurement work. We used to try to get people to do measurement work all the time because there's not a lot of money in it, and it's really hard work. But I've never been in a conversation about measurements when people don't say, oh, we don't have the right measures. But it's just really hard work to do. And she took that on. She also often combined our research goals into one project. For example, she combined development work with efficacy. And I remember her saying once, I don't see why anyone needs to have a development grant. Which, some people have found that as a great space to, lay for a couple times. But Lynn said you can just combine it with efficacy, and she did in her projects. And she also did exploratory work with intervention development. So talk about efficient. That was the way she rolled. Her designs often included focusing on cognitive factors such as working memory and executive function. As I said before, digging deeper into issues that may explain the success or lack of success for interventions. And she studied the long-term follow-up of findings. That is something that we often haven't had the leisure to in our field as we're trying to sort of ramp up. But she did that. She looked at those long-term effects. And by God, for her interventions, she got them. And she conducted replication studies. Another thing that the field desperately needs is more replication. And she did it often within one grant. She did, as many of her students and those who helped her with the work in the schools know, she often did replication studies. And at one point, we were able to have a separate competition on replication, and she also did it that way as well. And she also supported NICSA's early career development program. As I understand it from my source who graduated from Vanderbilt, the final product of the class with graduate students was an early career grant application. And that, from my perspective, is just invaluable. How do you learn that process? How do you learn what goes in an application and what should just stay in your head? So she just was instrumental in there, and obviously folks came out successful. And her mentoring obviously was of high quality and helped shaped all the work that we've heard about and more from today.
Great. Anything else for Renee on the legacy?
Yeah, I'm going to add just a few things, and I've tried to cut out some things, so hopefully this still works together. I think I chose Lynn as a mentor far sooner than she liked me. But I found myself in these grants, and this is a long time ago, with mostly men. I was a behaviorist. I was in LD and juvenile justice grants. It was an interesting time, and I quickly gravitated to observing Lynn. And I learned so much by her successful navigation of topics and people, how she could debate without making it an argument. It was just, she could just do it. And her quiet confidence was always amazing and something I unsuccessfully strived for. And I also think her ability to handle intense situations. So I share that just because I think that's part of the legacy. And there are more awards that she's gotten than we can ever have time to talk about, but I did want to mention a couple. Forbes described her as a revolutionary educator. And my friend John Lloyd, in a 2025 piece about women who lead special education, All the other women on the list were described as researchers, teachers, authors, or advocates. Lynn was described as a rocket scientist. And that's so perfect. The older I get, I realize this kind of look at legacy. So when we're talking about legacy, we're looking at what continues to exist, what's your imprint, what endures, what's on your dash, the time you come and the time you leave, what makes up that dash. So the legacy of Lynn's research is undoubtedly going to be continued and recognized as seminal and foundational. I believe her greatest legacy is the people that she has touched, not just Doug and Matt and Miles, but all of you that are in this room that had the great, great joy of working with her and under her and learning from her. So I just wanted to leave with 3 quick questions. One, I would just ask you, how will you honor the legacy that Lynn has entrusted to us as we go forward? I love Kristen talking about follow a good model. So how are we going to follow that good model? And how do you continue it forward so that it doesn't just live in schools and classrooms around the country, but help others climb the ladder? Lynn did that beautifully. Help others believe in themselves, sometimes more than we believe in our own selves, and navigate the storms and value not only your personal successes and research, but the value of our collective work together. And I heard something over and over again over the last 2 days, so I'll end with this. Please don't apologize for the personal stories of impact that people have on your life, because that's how Lynn continues to live. It's through those personal stories, okay? You're her legacy, and lots of people that couldn't be here with us today. But legacy's super important, and hers, I'm sure she would say, I am more proud of the people that I impacted than the actual research that I've done.
Thank you very much, both of y'all. Great job. Y'all were fabulous. But don't fall asleep.
I don't know how to trim this.
I think
Okay.
Thank you, Joan, Renee, and Joe. I'd like to end with a few closing remarks. First, I'm really pleased to say that we are planning a special issue with the thanks going to Stephanie Alateba. She may have left. Oh, yeah, okay. So in the Journal of Learning Disabilities, and so the presentations from the last 2 days will be collected in a single special issue in the Journal of Learning Disabilities. So look out for that. I'd also like to thank the organizing committee, and so if you just stand up, everybody knows Joe. Kim Paulson. And major thanks to Pamela Seathaler. And I just want to acknowledge one more person that we haven't done so, and that is Katie. Katie, is Katie still here? There she is. So Katie and Pamela are people who worked with Lynn for a long time, and Doug. And I'm now working with Katie. What? Oh, yes. I haven't finished my thanks yet. And to Janet and Brian. Most of all, I would like to thank all of the speakers, and I really want to thank all of you for being here. We had an event in September, and many of you came to that, and there were other people as well, and we were a little nervous, I have to say, about this event. It's just a testament to Lynn, of course, that everybody is here and that we're able to share stories, as well as today talk about some fabulous research, which I think she would have greatly appreciated. So thank you, everyone. I hope you have safe travels back. It was a pleasure to have you here and to speak with all of you. Take care.